Chasing stars and holding you. I can't see the end, but we'll see it through. Dangerous times, don't fly too high. Be sure to keep the ground in sight. Fly forever if you keep it tight. Love the world, but keep the sky on your mind. Flying, get on board. We're soaring on top of the world. Flying, get on board. We're soaring on top of the world.
Good morning, everyone. Rise and shine. Wakey, wakey, wakey. It's time to go fly with Mike. And today, for those of you that wanted longer hauls, you get one. So I expect to see your planes here in a few minutes. We are flying from Honolulu, Hawaii, sunrise departure, up to, or over to, probably be the better word, Narita in Tokyo, Japan, the new airport of Japan. Somewhat new. It's been around quite a while. But anyway, it's because Japan just had so much traffic, they actually needed a second one in Tokyo. And they got it. Ooh, at a cost, but they got it. But anyway, welcome aboard, folks. I hope you all enjoy today's long haul flight. It's about an 8-hour run from Tokyo over to Narita. We will, after the break, get into the cockpit, get this bird fired up, and see what kind of damage we can do between here and there. There isn't much to hit because it's all water, so except for the water. But anyway, we'll be up in the cockpit here momentarily. But first, folks, those who are here, and I saw Hawker is awake. He was been wanting to fly, and we're headed not to Singapore, and we're not in JFK, but we're in Honolulu. And we're going to cross the pond. All right, folks, so let that sun come up a little more over the mountains there. One place I've really wanted to get to, Honolulu. So giving it another 10 seconds here and we should be out of the break here. So we'll allow that sun to permeate into us. And if we're in St. Louis, we're like, can we dial it down a little? All right, folks, hopefully you're all coming out of the break here within the next 5-10 minutes. Welcome aboard Honolulu to Narita, Japan. As I was saying, as I was rudely interrupted by the commercials, the new airport in Tokyo. So much needed new airport, a lot of traffic in and out of that big city. And it is a very big city. I really never realized that until I got it, kind of looked at it on Google. Wow. So I get it why Hanada couldn't handle it all. So, but anyway, Pan Am. Unfortunately, the actual airline no longer here. One of the regurgitations trying, but not so well, is out there. But the original Pan Am here, folks, is on its way to there. So Clipper, what are we? Clipper Oceans, I think. Gem of the Ocean. Yeah, Gem of the Oceans, folks. So beautiful, beautiful. Now, granted, this is not, by the way, add-on scenery, folks. This is what you get with X-Plane 12. I try not to add too many. There's a couple out there I really want to add, but I'm scared of the frame rate hits with VATSIM. Speaking of which, let's begin pre-flighting this so we can get this 8-hour odyssey on its way. All right, so there's Sim Toolkit, and while we're doing that, I am going to move into the cockpit so that when we come back, as some of you must start, cold and dark. All right, so quite busy for this time of the day, I must say. I'm going to first start by pre-filing so I can get on VATSIM. So bear with me a second here, folks, as I get the data in here real quick, and we'll get going here. Let's do that one. That's a good one. All right, get my little moniker in there. Let's make sure. Let's go a little, give it a little bit. 14:05 Zulu departure. Double checking, everything looks good. That doesn't. There we go. File. All right, so we've got our flight plan filed. Just gonna bring us online here as the heck did I call myself? Pan Am 831. PAA 831. Well, that didn't type. Let's try it again. PAA, there it goes. And we are a 742. And right, so we'll keep that up. All right, so basically what it just did, folks, it gave us, because there's no ATC, we have a squawk code until we're powered up. Can't do it anyway. I forgot about that. So, all right, so there you have it, folks. Sim Toolkit, we just filed our flight plan. So today's flight, now they're calling us to 366 people, 16,000 pounds of cargo. That will add up to about 84,000 pounds of payload. We'll actually see what we end up with when we go through the loading. Zero fuel weight, in the ballpark of 470,700 pounds. Same with the fuel, in the ballpark of 240,283 pounds. That's going to take a little bit, folks, to get this thing fueled and ready to go. So we may be using the instant loading. We'll show you what all that means here in a second. All right, so again, we went through 366, probably not that high. We'll probably take more cargo than we show to offset. All right, so you can see the route. It's the Keola 3s to SOK, DANNO, ECEDO. Oh, that's, I think, a new fix for me. Okay, I haven't seen that one in my crossing the pond here. And then you can see all the fun coordinates we have to TONIK. and then we start getting onto the airways into the airport. So some step climbing gonna be happening here, folks. 32, 34, 36, top out at 38 each of the, I think it's one. Okay, we skip one, two, and then we're up on the third. Okay, wow. So most of those coordinates see a step climb. So anyway, I'm actually getting the first full look at this. Weather here in Honolulu. By the way, we have we're not running real world um, time. If so, it would be dark right now. It's 3 o'clock or almost 4 o'clock in the morning there. So it's a little on the dark side. But the winds are 070 at 9, so we'll probably take off on 8 right. Uh, they're saying 8 left. I might scoot us out further, 8 right. 10 miles of visibility, a few clouds here and there, so not a bad tropical day here in Honolulu. What do we got waiting for us over in Tokyo? Well, we're coming in on the 3/4s. Looking at that wind, that's a little scary. Hopefully, we'll see how that changes. Now, currently, as you can see, VATSIM is up. So that's why we have a ATIS down here. Now, they're calling 1/6 left. So we'll kind of see how this evolves across. More than likely by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, pushing 4, hopefully no later than 4. But if it does, it does. Probably they won't be up. We'll see. Hey, if they are, great. We'll take it. And we'll check the ATIS from time to time. Now, we can't use DATIS for Japan. We can only use that for the 48 states. So, but we could get Honolulu well, actually we could, and we will, a different way. All right, we've already pre-filed, came online. So, folks, I think we're ready to fly with Mike. Hopefully you are. All right, so there you go, folks. Cold and dark cockpit. Very cold, actually very warm and dark cockpit. First thing I do when I come in here, usually, is I step over here to the engineer's panel, punch the battery on, standby power on, and then I come over to our handy dandy. Hey, didn't you know they had iPads back in the day in the 70s? I know many of this generation would think that. No, we didn't. They weren't even thought of yet, folks. It had opened up the aircraft.
Cockpit to ground. Connect ground power. Ground power connected. Cockpit to ground. Put the chocks on.
All right, while they're chalking the aircraft, which would have been chalked already, we'll get the ground power on. All right, and then I just start through.
Chocks are on.
All right, folks, the overhead panel, for the most part, has been checked. We'll come back and do the light bulb check in a minute. Let's get over here and get this beast ready. As you can see, I'm just kind of rocking through. If it says the word test, we test it, folks. All right. One thing I suggest, it's just me, bring your point of view back to basically to the wall there and perform your fire checks there. As you can see, all 4 T-handles. All right, and what this is, folks, is actually a test of the brakes, making sure the system from the brakes to the cockpit work. That's it. Okay, they're all good. Working our way down. Anti-skid, let me just kind of anti-skid and tilt inputs. Okay, and then press to read, make sure we have some potable water. I'm sure the people would like something to drink. The cadet is back here, folks. If you're not hearing her, it's a good chance you aren't, but if you are, she is going to town. Test them out. They all look good. And okay, these pump lights are working. Now the good thing is, like many Boeings of today, it automatically gets the fuel pump turned on when you select APU. Okay, crossfeed check. Just making sure the lights are coming on and off. Sounds like somebody's nearby. Okay, and finally, folks, we get our panel lights drawn up. Okay. We do have a radio thing here as well. And we'll start check-in lights here. Just making sure all those bulbs do burn. Okay. And that finishes what we need to do back here. We'll finish up here with just a quick look through. Okay, we've done all our tests, so let's do this. All right, so all those are working. Come back up top, kill that switch, and the power switch there. All right. Okay, All right, so now we got a few more tests to do. Hang on a second here. I need a frequency. All right, out of Honolulu, let's go with 8 left. Why not? Okay, that'll be 1. Okay, so turn your panel lights up. We have another one. We'll show you that in a second. Radio, INS to radio. Basically, think of it like your nav GPS switches, folks. Those of you that fly those type of aircraft. Same thing. Radio is nav, INS, GPS. Now, interesting little switch here. Up, left, down, right. What that does is you put your ILS in here, if there's one here. And what you can do is check that it's working correctly on the gauges. So if we go up left, you see how the localizer swung over and the glide slope shows up. Okay, now down right's not going to do much. And no, it's not downright right, it's just down right. But you could see the localizer on the HSI move. Do it one more time. Glide slope worked. And then what I'll do is set this to Honolulu. And not worry. Okay, then we come across, hit the flight directors working. Set here, off on the auto throttle, off on the autopilot. Input selections are on heading. Vertical speed 0. I'm going to dial this up to about 5,000. And it's just personal preference, folks. Up here are how we climb off, altitude hold, and select in the off position. Another check of the flight director, and then we'll come back to 11.7 here. Up, left, down, right. Awesome. And then for this one, I don't know what I'll set. I'll just probably leave it for now. Radio INS. Okay, so that sets us up here. Now, that extra light switch is on both sides, folks. Right here. Dials up your panel gauges. This one works just up here. Hang on a second. I am being paged. Yes, ma'am. How can I help you? All right, hang on a second here. I'm just getting a quick altimeter. All right, Honolulu is 3003. All right, so we have this one here, and then on the other side, when we get there, we'll turn it up. So just make sure our clocks are right. Test. Actually, I'm going to move more into the center because what it's doing is checking your warning and attitude. And that's the only radar altimeter that'll make a sound. Okay. Again, push to test 2. If it says test, test. Okay. All right. This is why we set the altitude right here. Just push. Oh, excuse me. Push the button. You'll hear and know the sound. and sometimes you get it going back up, sometimes you don't. But that's just letting you know you're either above or below your set altitude at that pre-designated point. You've never heard this on Flying with Mike.
Pull up, glide slope, glide slope. Pull up, glide slope, glide slope.
Okay, and then look right about in here, folks. That's what this test will do. It's your rudder ratio. And that takes care of this. Now, one thing we don't have to do here like we did in the 7 is click each of these for light bulb checks. Really? You have more to add to my checklist? Oh. All right, so we're back now on the first officer side. Push to test, push to test, test their attitude indication. Warning, attitude, warning, attitude. There is an attitude on in the cockpit if you hear it in the background. All right, going across. Again, here's radar altimeter. And like I said, we will not get a tone. We only have the one. Turn up the lights. And then back into the center, down a little bit, move over to a device. Many in this generation have no idea what it is. A CRT, cathode ray tube, meaning you got to warm them up, folks. Believe it or not, these lovely displays you have in front of you today, more out of those in our old TVs. Tubes, folks. Boy, if you tried putting tubes behind some of these screens, it would never work. All right, and then again, walk over. There it is. Down we go. All right, spoilers down, flaps show up. Inboard and outboard are both in the 0 degrees. Now, folks, on this plane, I'm going to give you a little tip. Notice how close these are. Be intentional when you look at this gauge when you're retracting flaps. Make sure it's on up, because if you're at 1, you are technically limited to 275 knots. You bust it, guess what? You bust the flaps. We did it on we had to make a landing into Meridian with it because we oversped that flap. All right, gears down, and we got the indication. But yeah, always be mindful of that. Then down here, just looking for light bulbs. Make sure this goes to your radar to, standby. And exponder. And we'll use common traffic, but I'm not 100% sure it's required here. Okay, and then we have 2 light switches down here. Guess what? We're done with all the pre-checks. We just have one thing left. Yes, before you all say it, yes, they're INS. You have a pager? No, I have a 3-year-old or a 3-month-old granddaughter and a 3-year-old granddaughter who's not here, but yeah. All right, so let's get to loading this thing. Little quirky, and I'm only saying that not in a negative way. It's just it's a little different than what we're used to. Okay, the load calculator is exactly that, a calculator, folks. You load physically the plane with refuel and payload from this screen. Okay, so let's calculate everything. Remember, we said 366 people. I'm going to go with 75%, which will be 200. Actually, let's get a little lower, 281. All right, and I'm going to throw for now 25% cargo. You got percentages down here to help put you where you want to be, and then you can fine tune. All right, then I take and go back to my load plan, and we estimated a 470,000 pounds, 709. I'm sorry, 470,709 pounds of payload. Currently, zero fuel weight with our payload. My bad. I did that wrong yet again. So we're 8,000 pounds over. Folks, we could actually run with this. Why? Because we're going to calculate the fuel off of this. So I plan to. So we're going to keep it at 478,000 pounds. So now let's go up here. Distance to Tokyo, 3,500, 3 miles. So we'll go 3,600. Desired flight level, we're going to end up at 38,000. Winds, all right, tailwind versus headwind. Very easy to tell. Pay attention right here to your fuel load. If it goes up, meaning you're adding fuel in, that is a headwind. If it goes down, that would be a tailwind. Just some indications to let you know you're going in the right direction. Otherwise, you could short yourself fuel. And on an, what do we got here? A 7 to 8 hour trip, that could be a bad thing. Actually, on a 1 hour trip, if you've shorted yourself enough fuel, that could be a bad thing. So here, let's go up. It went down. You see that? How it went down. So that would indicate a tailwind. So now let's go the other way. See how the number itself went up. So that would indicate a headwind, because you got to have more power to push through the wind. Those of you very familiar with the infamous cross the pond event twice a year, one westbound, one eastbound. Y'all know going eastbound, it's a piece of cake because you got a 100-knot tailwind. Coming back, conversely, y'all know it sucks because you get a couple extra hours of flying time out of it because you got a 100-knot headwind. So you got to power through that, and you have to have more fuel. All right, in our indication here, winds are, we're showing a component of a headwind, but it's not actually that bad. What? Hang on. What? 323 is our average cruise winds at 7 knots. Now, that is the optimal way to fly this, is the dispatch will look at your winds and try to work you where the winds are favorable. Hence, SimBrief did a good job here. Now, taking into effect Pacific tracks and all of that, that could be where they... But that's probably a real flight that happened, what you get from SimBrief. All right, so continuing on. So we're going to keep it there. Alternate. This one's fun. Now again, just like above, we get a little bit 50-mile increments here. Our alternate today, and I was expecting it, RJAA. That is Cebu Center International. It's right in between Kansai, Osaka Kansai, and Tokyo-Narita. It's like right in the middle. It always pulls up 9 out of 10 times for either airport as your alternate. And the weather there is beautiful. All right, so alternate distance. That one's a tough one. However, if you use the American Airlines formatting, it helps. It's 279 miles. Call it 300 miles. Okay. I put on a contingency minimum 10%, taxi fuel minimum 20. And then I look at how my fuel stacks up with what SimBrief predicts. 240, 283, 250, 801. So we're about 10,000 extra pounds on board. Now again, SimBrief working from the 470,000 pound numbers, we're working heavier. And this is where you have to make the decision, go, no go, or add more fuel. Let's go with it. All right, so you're done. So you got 281 people. Payload, instead of what they predicted, 84,000, you got 92,000. Zero fuel weights, 478,700. Call it 10 pounds. And there's our CGs. Load sheet would look like that. All right, like I said, all we've done is simply calculated our load. Now, let's get to work. Always click Use Data Sheet first. Currently, we have 50,000 pounds of fuel. We need to add 200, roughly 1,000 pounds of fuel. You can do it a couple of ways. Call the tanker, or instant refuel. We're going to instant that one. That could take a little bit. All right, now payload, on the other hand, use the load data. We only have 281 people plus 16 crew members to board. They're already on board, so we don't have to worry about them. And we have cargo to board, 30,000. We're going to go ahead and let that happen. Let them straggle in, give us that little extra time we need. All right. So remember, 14:05 is our takeoff, is our pushback time. Let's see if anyone decided to wake up and join us today. I don't see anyone over here. I see United over there. Not sure who they are. I'll look into it in a second. And nobody else in this terminal here. So we could have a taker to cross the pond with us. We'll see. All right, so let's get back in here. Now the fun part. Now the part everyone hates. INS is even harder, folks, because after you align it, then you got the put the coordinates in where you're at. Okay, that's cool. You do that in the TOLUS, the flight factor, the 737 to a point, the MD-11, we see that. So we got that, but then you can only put 9 fixes in. And a lot of times what these crews would do, especially, I don't know if this departure leads to it. Why didn't we get a departure now, come to think of it? Oh yeah, we did. Disregard. The Kaoli, is that an RNAV or is that a real one? Hang on. Now I'm a little confused looking at it. Hang on. Kaoli to Soak. Oh, okay. Hang on. You know what? We're just going to do this. That way I don't have to necessarily go to anything. There we go. All right. So we're going to Soak. Okay. It still did it wrong, but whatever. I love when technology doesn't do what's expected. All right, so let me bring charts in here real quick. Let's take a look at this departure. So we were talking this in the framework, folks, of INS. All right. So when you depart out of here, more than likely, since if you read up here, it does not say RNAV, but it is available for all the runways, minus, which is odd. Why aren't the 2.2s? I guess they don't. Oh, well, to go to Japan, you wouldn't be able to use the 2.2s, but to the US, you would. I'm kind of curious why they don't launch that way. You land on the 4s, but they don't send you back out to sea on the 2.2s. Interesting. That is really interesting. Not on just, I mean, it could be another departure, but anyway, I just find that kind of, or like the Hawaiian Airlines flights. That's kind of interesting. But anyway, we are taking off on 8 left, 8 right. Okay, so we must complete that turn, and the turn they're talking about is right here, within 2 nautical miles of the departure end of the runway. Otherwise, you fly over people that are going to be very upset hearing airplanes throughout the night. So, so they're using Unicom. Okay. So now, so cross CHK, which is Cocoa Head, 240, at or above 2,500 feet. Doesn't sound hard, but it probably is. So Cocoa Head is 13.9. What's that heading? 240. We'll just set that right in here. All right, so we would take off either 8 right or 8 left, make this turn before 2 miles of the end of the runway and head out. Does it say what heading? No. And then comply with this, and then afterwards vector to whatever they tell us to. Okay, so Keola is 258. Or we intercept the 291 off Soak right here, South Kauai, Hawaii. All right, so 14.8. And at Keola, expect, as it says, expect your clearance. Now, INS flying, this is what we were talking. So we would do the procedure here, vector to here, intercept the 291 into South Kauai. At SOK, we then would do our first en route coordinate on our trip. Now, if we're lucky, this way actually leads to sometimes 9 fixes. Mind you, the first one has to be the airport you start at. So you actually have 8. And no, just because you have an INS unit here, and in this plane you actually see it here, no, you can't put 9, 9, and 9. You have to 1 unit only, and then you work them off each of the INSs. Oh yeah, I used to do it, folks. And it's fun. Don't get me wrong. It is fun, but challenging. So for those that like the challenge, and if you ever get the error code that I did, that it will never work again, you'll see why I'm on FMSs. All right, so long story short, let's get this thing loaded. Company route, PHNL RJAA loaded, and why didn't the execute come up? Huh. They got us going off 8 left. Like I said, I may go 8 right, just because. All right, so I'm going to go in, make sure. Keep it. Keola 3. Next page, soak. Execute legs. Next, soak, DANNO, ECEDO. So these two you would need fixes for, folks. Then you have the normal, and they're on your chart. So you would have to go through, get those. TONIK would be your entry point to Japan. Now you may be able to put these in, but at some point you're going to be VOR to VOR to VOR to Tyler. Now we'll go ahead for now. We're going to leave it as is. Folks, there's 7 to 8 hours of flying ahead of us. A lot can happen weather-wise. Remember, all of this is based on forecasts and what it is right now. So leaving it like this is not a bad thing. But when we get to say, when we hit 38,000, it's a good time to start thinking about inbound. So TONIK, you might be able to fly off this VOR. And then this one's all INS. You see what I'm saying? How you start, and then you get into this lovely arc. So, and that's if we stay 3-4s. Right now, they're 1-6s. So we'll have to see. All right, currently Honolulu. Arrival departure page. Currently, now they are a real world US where you can use that DATIS tool to get this en route. From Tokyo, you could use that DATIS tool and see what's going on in Honolulu the whole time. So currently, Honolulu is 070 at 10 miles. This is, by the way, almost an hour old. They're landing, departing the 4s and the 8s. Why the well, I know why the 4s, but boy, what a turn on the 4s you have to do. And they're warning that in the real world, 8 left is shortened. Why? I don't know. Doesn't tell us. Probably never will. And 4 right, 4 left is closed. So visual approaches. And then some other information you might need coming in, like IFR departure across 6 miles south of Honolulu. At or above that, approaches are being conducted to parallel converging runways and so forth. So there's what the actual broadcast is on 127.9. However, being D, it's digital, so you can pick it up on 4Flight or anything like that anywhere on your route. All right, now let's go back to flight plan. Now it's not going to say which runway, because we could land 3-4 right. Never done it. Actually, I might have done it once, but I'm thinking I may not have. That's more your domestic side. Your international is off the left, or 1-6 right. So just to kind of give you a layout of Narita. All right, so let's go back to the main page. Click VNAV. Everything looks good there. Cruise altitude. Start at FL320. Okay. And guess what, folks? You're done. You'd still be a little bit at work on the INSs, but you'd be to that point. Okay. And then what I do is set this one to legs, this one to progress. Then I go over here and check. I have all my people, all my cargo. We're ready to go, folks. One last thing to do over here is set your pressurization. So we are, let me look at that ATIS. Okay, we'll get rid of it here in a second as 3003. Away with you, charts. All right, so we're going to set 3003 as best we can there and really up here. All right, and we said 32, so I always go 1,000 above. Pressurizations are set. Fuel uplifted 250,800 pounds. Guess what? Let's get that APU running. All right, there goes the APU firing up. All right, folks, so the APU fired up. Now, if you want for the realistic check, you could check to make sure the generators are working properly. APU 1. Oh, always got to close the top half, though. Okay, got good power coming off that. And number 2, good power coming off that. Cool. Close them. And now your APU has taken over, so they can now disconnect. And then put on the bleed. And welcome in, by the way, Admiral Nieder. Appreciate you. Sorry I didn't catch you there any quicker. Getting ready for pushback. Oh, nose. All right, so we'll come back over here. Go to the home, ground, and
Cockpit to ground. Disconnect ground power. Ground power disconnected.
all right, last thing we have to do is our performance calculations. So this lets you know what you need for takeoff. All right, so Honolulu, we have a 12,000 basically foot runway, both 26 right, 8 right, 8 left. Most people only go to 8 left and make, fly out straight. We're going to actually go, I think, so we're parked here. We're going to taxi possibly right over to here, cross over, and take off here. I actually prefer taking off over here. That way they can play all they want on 8 left. So 12,000 feet of runway. Well, probably go flaps 20. 12,000 feet of runway. The airport, obviously, is 13 feet above sea level. So we'll set it to 0. 080. It's dry, and the temperature is 23 degrees Celsius. 3003. It's an hour and 5 minutes old. 080 at 8. Okay, now you've got one last thing. Always click load sheet, which I had forgotten, but make sure you do that. That loads in your current aircraft setup. All right, so now let's kick over here. So when we clicked all of this, it set this up for us. So V1 is now 146, rotate 155, 165 for V2. And then our flap up speeds from flap 20. Also, we need at least 8,100 feet of runway, actually almost 82. So, substantial amount of runway here. Ted, I don't know what the corrected runway, if that means I need to switch to 8 left or not. But we'll click set speed bugs, and what that does is exactly what it said, folks. On the airspeed gauge, all our bugs are set. And then our pitch, 13 degrees initially on takeoff, and then we'll add 1,000, level off. Well, we'll make that turn while leveling off. Optimum speed above 10,000 feet is 324. We may have to leave some flaps out, folks. Actually, we may not. Flaps up at 245. So we can actually do this flaps up under 250. Now, if you get permission from ATC, yes, you can speed up. And you can see the stab trim, what is recommended, 4.7. Your best guess for 4.7, by the way. All right, so we got that set. And then we have checklists.
Before start checklist, please. Gear lever and lights. Down and check. Brakes. Parked. Start levers. Off. Radios. On and check. Flight control hydraulic power. On. INS. Check and nav. Compasses. Slaved. Window heat. On. Seatbelts and no smoking. On. Emergency lights. Armed. Exterior lights. Check. Flight instruments. Check. Altimeters and clocks. 1017 set and cross check. Radio INS switches. Radio. Radar and transponder. Standby. Indicator lights. Check. Engine and wing anti-ice. Off. Stall warning. Damn.
Hang on a second. Let's see. I have missed something. I think they're right.
Check. Mach airspeed warning. Check. Auto brakes. Check and off. Body gear steering. Arm. Anti-skid. On. Autopilot and flight director. Check and off. Takeoff warning. Hold on. Check. Auto flight enunciators. Check. GPWS. Check. Instrument warning. Check. Flight director computer selectors. Check. Instrument source selectors. Normal. Reserve brake valve. Closed. Spoilers. Down. Static selectors. Normal. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. Brake pressure. Check. Stabilizer trim. Check and on. Rudder and aileron trim. Check. Checklist completed.
All right, so let's take a look outside. The only thing we should see is chocks. Doors are closed. We are ready to go. Yep, chocks are in. All right, so let's do the fuel panel and we'll be ready to push back.
Battery. On. APU panel. Check. Auxiliary power. Check. Engine oil quantity. Check. Fuel quantity. 250,652 pounds. Fuel panel. This.
Basically, they are ready to go. Now,
Check and set. Pressurization controls. Check and set. Bleed controls. Check and set. Hydraulic quantity. Check. EPR computer. Go around. Circuit breakers. Check. Indicator lights. Check. Electrical panel. Check and set. Air conditioning controls. This. Check and set. Fire control and wing overheat panels. Check and set. Equipment cooling. Check. Passenger oxygen. Check. Hydraulic panel. Check and set. Fuel jettison panel. Check. Crew oxygen. On. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. ADPs. Off. Checklist completed.
and we're at after start. All right, pumps are on. We are packs off. We are ready to go. All right. Hopefully better pushback won't fall off the roof here. We'll find out. That was hilarious. Oh, man. Oh, Los Angeles.
Ground
Told
to
you people.
cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
How would you expect to push back here? Hang on. We kind of look this situation over. All right, I am thinking they're going to push them back on the taxiway. All right, so here's what we'll do. Let's try this again.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
One more time, folks.
Ground to cockpit, plan acknowledged. Call me through the menu when you are ready. Ground to cockpit, tow is driving up.
All right, little complicated there, folks, and yeah, it is what it is. So we'll wait on him. Got two Uniteds I see here. 749 gives us time to delve into who is all here. Oh, he came in from Denver.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
All right, now I'll head over here, get rid of the chocks.
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks. Chocks removed.
So connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Honolulu traffic, Clipper 831 heavy, pushing back Golf 1 to Zulu.
Parking brake released.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
All right, engine start. Big thing here, you saw in the checklists, we got to make sure the packs are off, fuel pumps are on. That was the big thing. Now I've turned cross feeds on and all of that to get us set for everything. Then you come up here, turn
Ready
your
to start the engines. Ready for engine start.
starter valve open, and then you start either each one or in pairs. I usually start engine 3 first and then work to engine 4. Depending on how much time I need, I'll either do 1 and 2 together or 1 then 2. Today we'll use, you've got two different systems. You can rotate that by who's flying the plane or whatever. Today we're going to use system 1.
Starting engine 3. Starter valve open.
Okay. Now, you cannot follow into here. If you're wanting to see it, you have to look over your shoulder to there.
20% and 2.
Remember, engine 3, fuel on.
Fuel on. Lights up.
And then you can look forward.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
Okay, now we can start 4. I come up here and do it this way. It's just easier.
Starting engine 4.
Starter valve open.
And you got to hold it till he says starter valve open.
%, and 2.
Fuel on. Lights up.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
All right. Now let's see what's down here. Oh, buddy. All right. Okay, folks. Now I'm going to start up 1 and 2 together.
Starting engine 1.
Starter valve open.
Okay.
Starting engine 2.
Starter valve open.
So we're starting both.
20% and 2.
So that was for engine 1.
Fuel on. Lights up.
20% and 2.
Fuel on. Lights up.
Starter off.
You look happier. The cadet
Starter
is
off.
back.
Engine stabilized. Engine stabilized.
All right, folks, we've got all the engines fired up. And we're working on that part that put us out on Zulu. Okay, so after start checks, before you start them over here, you can read through them real quick. Flight recorder start switches beacon.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. On behalf of the entire crew, welcome aboard the Boeing 747 Classic. We will depart shortly after we have our clearance and the cabin crew is finished with their preparations. For now, I wish you a pleasant flight, and I will be back during the flight with further flight information.
All right, so what I do is quickly do gens and close the system. Now, that took us off the APU, so we no longer need the bleed air. And then I start turning the packs on. Okay, everything's set here, ready to go. We could close the electric pumps, no longer used. And then start going through them. Beacon lights, pack valves, door, hydraulics.
After start checklist.
Flight recorder.
On.
Start switches.
Off.
Beacon lights.
On.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Start levers.
Idle detent.
Engine anti-ice.
Off.
Electrical panel. Check. Back valves. Open. Dual warning lights. Out. Hydraulic panel.
Operation complete.
Let's see.
That's parking brake.
Parking brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
What they're wanting, folks.
Check. Flight recorder. On. After start checklist completed.
Flaps 20.
Okay, stabilizer trim technically is set. Good luck finding 4.7. Best guess. You heard me say it. Best
Tow is
guess.
disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal will be on the right. We'll see you next time and have a great flight.
Thanks for flying with Mike.
Cabin crew, arm slides.
All doors are closed and armed.
Flight controls, we'll get that. Yaw damper, seatbelts, heat off, total F cargo heat. Get that so we don't forget. All right, so controls. What I do is right here, this little black trim here, just click on it. It brings in the yoke. I know the real crews are like, boy, I'd like to have had that. All right. All right, so right here is your control surfaces. You can watch them. Aileron. And you're just making sure they fully deflect and center. You're basically making sure no one pinned it or control locked you in any way, preventing you from using it. And it also makes sure your hydraulic systems are up and running. Okay. And anything else? Yaw dampers, seatbelts, fuel. Got the EPU off, right? Off the, no I don't. EPU shutting down. Here we go.
Taxi checklist, please.
Flaps. Flaps 20.
Flaps 20.
Takeoff data. EPR and airspeed bugs.
Damn.
I don't think I've ever had it error here. Takeoff data, EPR.
Set and cross check.
Wow.
Stabilizer trim.
Set in green band.
Probe heat.
On.
Flight controls.
Check.
Yaw dampers.
Check.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
Check.
APU. Off. Fuel heat. Off. Totalizer and gross weight. Set. Flight engineer and pilot panels. Check. Aft cargo heat. Normal. Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Taxi checklist completed.
All right, get those set, lights on. Here we go. Honolulu. Honolulu traffic, Clipper 831 heavy, taxi to 8 right.
Parking brake released.
The sarcasm behind me with the child is hilarious. All right, folks, we're on our way finally. Hope you all enjoy as we taxi the long distance to 8 right. All right, folks, hope you enjoyed the startup here. Again, if you guys are using the INS, you would be doing your other checks at this time, getting it in position and ready for when you do turn it on after SOK VOR. Well, actually, it'll be on when you switch into that. The reason I cross here is if someone's inbound, I don't have to worry about waiting. I'm already in between. Now, this whole complex, well, wait a minute, let me see where I am first. Okay, right here is cargo, but starting after the tree line and going the rest of the way down, that's Hickam Pearl Harbor Airport, or Air Force Base, Joint Base Hickam Pearl. And a lot of action here, folks. A lot of action, both Navy and Air Force. So a lot of cargo. Of course, aircraft transiting U.S. to the Far East usually make a tech stop here for fuel and whatever. Personally, I think it's just to enjoy the island. But anyway, it is whatever. So, you know what? I think instead of such a long taxi, I'm not hearing anybody. I'm going to go ahead and take off 8 left and just plan my turn pretty quick. And right here, folks, is on the chart as hot cargo, meaning hazardous cargo. Anything from bombs to hazardous materials, you know, all would rather it be parked here than over at Hickam, closer to populations. Hence why you see what looks like in some cases bunkers. Again, default scenery, folks. I have not added any scenery here. All right, so I'm going to run my before takeoff checks here in a second. Reason being, we got 20 minutes of taxi fuel. Let's go on out to 8 right. What the heck? That just don't go that way, folks, because you end in a dead end at the Air National Guard. So here's the turn off to 8 right. All right, let's run our before takeoffs. It will get held, just letting you know. Right here, body gear steering.
Before takeoff checklist.
Icing considerations.
Check.
Cabin alert.
Check.
Transponder.
Check.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Body gear steering.
Hold on.
Okay. Well, we actually do have someone landing on 8 right. Visual. Wow, because there are no instrument approaches into that one. Oh no, they're coming in on a runway 4. Forgot about that. For a second, I'm like, why are you coming in on 8 right? There are no instrument approaches. You can visual it. Looks like German Air Force, possibly? All right, body gear steering, folks. We'll try our best here to show it off. All right, if you look at the main gear under the wing and here, definitely these two will pivot. Maybe, I don't think these do on the ends. So see how those middle ones are pivoting? That is to help the aircraft turn, believe it or not. Instead of, you can imagine, airports back in the 60s were set up for DC-8, 707, even 727s. Okay, much narrower aircraft wheelbases, easy turning. Well, here comes this jumbo. And it's not that easy to make these turns, folks. So they ingeniously make those caster in the middle to help with turns and saving some of the rubber to help get the airplane to turn tighter without chewing tires up. So, neat little idea Boeing came up with. Honolulu traffic, Clipper 831 Heavy departing 8 right.
Cabin crew, take your seats.
All right, and we'll turn the body gear steering off on the runway. Let's just make sure nobody's trying to shoot a visual, no one out there. Okay. Now you can see why you make that turn. See all the high rises and all of that. Yeah, they really don't like you flying over that. Those that want to fly the procedure properly. All right, so now to continue.
Disarm.
Back valves. This.
All right, let's close them for takeoff. Give us as
Closed.
much power as possible.
Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Fuel boost pumps. On. Cross feed valves. This. Check. Before takeoff checklist completed.
All right, here we go. Flight directors on. Okay, here we go.
Stabilized. Course set.
Airspeed alive, airspeed alive.
80 knots. V1. Rotate. Positive rate. Gear up.
Of course. Well, guess what? You wait.
Gears up. Flaps 10. Gear up. Flaps 5.
Boy, I really get tired when it does this to me.
Level off. Flaps up.
All right, I think we can safely switch over now. Honolulu Center, Clipper 831 Heavy, just departed Honolulu, heading 150. .3067's in the box, Clipper 831. Clipper 831 turning 260 to intercept the Keola 3 departure and up to flight level 320.
10,000.
All right, get the after takeoff here in just a second, folks. Bear with me. 3, 2, 4. Okay. Getting things set up here in the box. Again, be very deliberate here and make sure those are off or up. Okay, now if y'all didn't see what I did there, what I did is I dialed in 291 off the SOK VOR, which is where this ends, and set it up so we intercept. So we are going to track right over to Keola, and then up to Grail, Nepia, and then over SOK. Now, technically, what I'm going to do, not technically, I am going to set this up to go direct and let it adjust. So now I am on my INS. Now, a little gem, if you will, of this plane. You do not have to move that to INS. It's nice because it's going to put your information there, but if you leave it here, it allows you to work your radios still. So we're climbing, make sure altitude select is green, and it is. What does he call himself? All right, folks, we're on course, headed to, I think we just crossed Keola. Oh, nope, we're still ahead of it. All right, I'm going to switch this to 1480. And that was, what, 258? So now you can see over here, when we cross 258, we'll be at Keola. That'll be 31 DME and 68 DME off of SOK. So you can see how you can, while you can, check it. Now realize, INS guys, you're probably flying this VOR to VOR right now. Hence why I showed you that little trick. All right, so we are climbing through 24,000. I need to set altimeters. Oops. And I now need, hang on, I'm gonna run this up to at least 400. Okay, sorry, I didn't do that on takeoff. All right, let's run that after takeoff. Landing gear ignition, seatbelts, pack valves, heat. Oh, heat, yes. Winter time, more a factor. All right. Okay, now I shut down the pumps from the wing tanks, outside wing tanks, to the pipe here. However, because the crossfeed piping is all open, it's going to feed all 4 engines. Now, I'm not sure if we're in the scavenger pump range or not. Now, if I was to shut these 2 off, there's no fuel getting into the pipe. So these 2 engines starve and shut down. Okay, disregard. Let's turn those back on. I see what I'm supposed to do. I need to turn those off so this tank will drain. I think. It's not letting me turn the scavenger pump on. I hate this part. Okay, those are back on. Off, 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 off. Scavenger pump on. All right, we'll just kind of come back and check. The goal is to empty this out. And what it does is it actually feeds, I think it's, well, it's into one of these tanks, the scavenger. And so we'll come back, see if it's done anything. Actually, I think I may have got it to work. The one thing in this plane that I am really, it's been a long working at, because I got so used to the 400 doing it so nicely for you all the time. It after Clipper 831 understands, after South Kawali, proceed on course. Okay, so now let's run the checks.
After takeoff checklist.
Gear lever. Off. Landing and logo lights. Off. Ignition.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking sign.
Check.
Back valves. Open.
Cabin ready.
Fuel heat. Auto. After takeoff checklist completed.
Okay, and that's all we got to do, folks, till we get there. We got some step climbs along the way. Center will not carry us to our first step climb, that I do know. So we'll be at 32,000 to ECEDO, and then if San Francisco radio comes up, Oceanic, they'll do our step climbs and once we get to the 36,000 one would be in Japan airspace. Tokyo radio. All right, and we are coming up. Hang on.
1000 level off.
Go into Mach. Okay, and we'll get into cruise. Two things I forgot there. Go to climb and lights. All right, let's go back, check our scavenger pump. Okay, so we're Mach. Now it's holding it by the Mach number. Now I wish we could change this. I can't, so I have to go by the Mach number here and set as close I can the speed bug, so I got an idea where it's at. And there we go, folks, we're into cruise. Hope you enjoyed. It only took us a whopping hour and 54 minutes to get from start of getting the plane ready up to 32,000 feet. I hope y'all enjoyed. Thank you for being a part of Flying with Mike today. It is a long flight ahead of us, folks, as we're about to see we only have 6 hours and 50 minutes ahead of us. So a little bit of a trip, but not as bad as what some people here want us to fly. But I'm glad to see they did turn out, show up. Would have been nice to see them out the wings, but I get it. All right, now a few things up here. We can go ahead, turn off our seatbelt sign. The UHF radios right here do not work, nor does the CellCal here. I'm not even sure what it would take to get those to work. Well, the HF I do, but who wants to listen to for 6.5 hours? Not me. There's SOK, folks. I believe we're crossing over. Seeing the bank. Now, INS guys, this is when you kick into that. Or you fly the outbound radial to DANNO, and at that point, turn it on. It's your call, you know, what you would want to do. Because at that point, you have no VORs. But during this time, you would want 2 VORs on, updating to get that alignment as precise as possible. So when you do drift out of their range, you're, you know, it will slowly get a little inaccurate. Not to where it's like, oh my God, we're inaccurate. No, it's, you need that alignment to stay as accurate as possible. So, so on your way out, you're updating to keep it that way. And then once you clear, you look for any places along the line you might be able to catch VORs to get that alignment back to where it's supposed to be. It doesn't get out of whack by much, folks, but it can on super long, you know, it's got that ability. You've got Wake and Midway out here. Where is that Wake? That's Wake Island, okay. Don't think you'll be able to get numbers off that one, but Midway's out here somewhere. Not seeing it. Oh, there it is. Yeah, you could definitely catch Midway, probably by your first fix. And if you can get Wake, you can use it as well. So you look ahead to see. Then you're going to go kind of dry until you get over here near Tokyo. So, because Guam is way out of range, and I'm pretty sure Wake is too. But there you have it, folks. You're on your way. We'll be there in 6 hours, 40 minutes or so. So hope you all enjoy the ride. We'll have center for a little longer. 2 more fixes up to ECEDO, which will be is that right? Let me check my flight plan. DANNO is some of these I really hate because it takes me forever to figure out where is distance. And I don't think this one has the distance. No, it doesn't. Anyway, so once you cross that, folks, you will be handed off to Unicom or potentially, nope, Unicom right now. So enjoy the ride, folks. We're going to turn on a little bit of music in the background and set up for 6 hours across the ocean. I can't pass this island without talking about, we had a cruise we were supposed to take. This, I believe, is called Lilu for the island. Probably got it butchered. natives are going to probably declare war on the United States because of that. But anyway, we had a cruise, and the cruise takes you through all the islands out of Honolulu and back. It's the only one of all the cruise companies out there that lets you do this. Anyway, when you get to this stop, one of the excursions we were truly, really looking forward to. You've seen all these different movies from Pearl Harbor, Tora, Apocalypse Now, that show off Jurassic Park. Oh, now we're going to raise some eyebrows. They're in a tropical setting. Most of those kinds of scenes, folks, filmed on that island. And you were going to take a guided limo, van, bus type trip around in through the island, and as they pass through the areas where like Jurassic Park used or Apocalypse Now, on the screen in front of the vehicle, the scene would play as you drove through. I was really, really looking forward to that. But COVID, we don't need to go any further. Everyone knows that ugly 5-letter word, and how much we all hated it. And 3 times we lost the cruise on that. So needless to say, we did get our money back, thankfully. And we're taking another cruise here soon. But fingers crossed, let's put it that way. So, yeah, that island is pretty cool. That was one of the big ones we were looking for. The other one was on Maui, the road to Hana. And both of those were not showing up on our third attempt at a cruise. So kind of bummed us out. And a lot of other things which prompted us to say, you know what, we're canceling this one. So, but yeah, that was that island right behind us. Now this is where things get fun on. I'm starting to not like Similware anymore. It's just getting to be a real booger, pain to use. I'm ready to go back to Fantastics, which wasn't much better. Hopefully VATSIM fixes whatever broke on it, or tells us what's the new website, to be able to see what's ahead of us. One of the quirks with Similware, and that's been from day one, is it's a flat map. So instead of making it available to where you can scroll either way to see, like right here, the international date line ends it. So you got to go all the way to the other side to see what's available. But you can't see Hawaii because we're not past the date line yet. Just kind of, But right now, Tokyo Oceanic, let me double check, is not, I'm in the wrong field of view. Oh yeah, it is. Tokyo Oceanic is still up. But Tokyo Center has been up for over 3 hours, so I look for them to come down here soon. We'll see, though. Who knows? Not worried about it. If they come up, they come up. We can always text it. Otherwise, we'll deal with the language barrier as best we can. But right now, 10 o'clock, so a lot of these are going to start coming down from Tokyo to Taipei, Philippines, Indonesia. I'm not sure who. Oh, Singapore. That is Singapore. Huh. I thought it would have been. Oh, I see where it's. Okay. I got the boundaries. And then India is still up. Plus, Europe is warming up. And holy mackerel, a lot of stuff really starting to. It's not across the pond weekend, is it? That's a lot of traffic across the Atlantic there, North Atlantic. So, anyway, folks, we're on our way. We're reaching pretty close to the end of the center limits, and a few coming to and from the States, so hope you all enjoy. Gotta love VATSIM weather. We're in rain with no clouds. Oh, that's hilarious. Think we're out. Let's see. Nope, we're still in it. Oh. Whatever X plane is tied to weather-wise is kind of hilarious sometimes. Oh, and I've seen that though with every sim, folks. It's just funny. The big thing I hated with many of them was those god-awful wind shifts. Oh, that would send airplanes upside down and down sometimes. Just because they're working from so many different points out there pulling data in. You hit that one, it's 180 degrees because it hasn't updated, and holy mackerel, what it does to the plane. Like this rain. It's not telling us any clouds because probably it's pulling from a buoy that's not set up for clouds. So, hence, we're seeing rain without there being anything. Now, Active Sky and other weather programs like that help offset that, just like they really got in there and worked on that wind shift thing. So, but I got to pay for that. So, this is default, folks. This is what you get. And, I'm going to tell you, I really think X-Plane has done a remarkable job with scenery. Oh, it may not be Bing, but then again, I could say some things there that I don't think many would like. So I curb that. But I think the scenery here, I think the clouds are spot on, dead on, great job in a default setting. And I think they've done the best that they're going to be able to do. You're not going to be able to put all of that data into this weather engine to show without compromising the lower end, the users that have, can only afford the lower end computers. Now, if you want a Mondo Condo supercomputer from Cray, yeah, then, go for it. Then you can expect those things. But you got to balance that when you're building these sims, and that's what the makers do on both ends of the spectrum. So that's why I run default, so you get an idea what you're in for when you spend half of what you do for the other. And I can tell you this much with X-Plane 12, the evolution of the weather has been remarkable to watch. At this point, we would start seeing pyramiding type clouds out here. I don't know if they were supposed to represent cumulus or what the actual data into the weather engine was telling it, but they would look like pyramids and at one point inverted. Those were great. Made you wonder, if I fly into those, is this going to be heavy turbulence? What fix are we at? Going to ECEDO. We just crossed DANNO. And we got about 45 miles. And I think we've gotten out of the range of Honolulu, and we're soon out of range of SOK. So now you would be wanting to try to get Midway. And I only want to say, I think that one's only 60 miles. But I could be wrong. There are some out here that aren't that very long in tracking. All right, let's take a look over here at our fuel panel. See if I did everything right. We should be much lower. Oh, yeah. Now. Oh, the sump pump's on. So we're doing... Oh, okay. I see who. Aloha to you, Clipper831, over to Unicom, and we'll get that squawk code to 2000. Thanks for your service. Have a great day. Actually, I've never been told to do that, folks. That's cool that they're putting us back on 2000. TARA, weather is set. Let's see, anything showing up? I should have checked while it was raining. Doggone it. But anyway, folks, we're on our way. We're off Honolulu. We're on Unicom, and radar set, transponder set, and we are cruising along here, folks. Now, let me see what Midway Island is. Oh yeah, we're definitely out of their range. Actually, I don't even think there's a VOR there. Wow. Oh, it's an NDB. Oh, you can technically update off an NDB. I don't know the procedure, but I do think you can, folks. It's just you're not picking that up. Wake Island for sure. 1350. We'll see as we pass by in a couple hours. Way to the north. And don't forget to look to the north, folks. Yeah, we're nowhere near the Alaska chain, so yeah, you're gonna be pretty much running when we lose SO. Whoa. What's 1350? Something in Hawaii that's running on that? Okay, we're running away from it. So where is 1350? Ah, Lilu, that's what it is. Okay, that gave me a little bit of a because I'm thinking we're every bit of 2,000 miles away from it. All right, I'm kind of shocked. I thought Midway had a VOR. Huh. Learned something today. Okay, time to go home, folks. Y'all have a great day. uh All right, so we're on course. So folks, enjoy the music, enjoy the ride. We're going to kind of sit back, let the music kind of guide us from here. But I'm watching the chat rooms. Let me get Discord up here on my screen. And we're on our way, folks. I hope y'all enjoy the flight. All right, folks, back with you. Sorry. Getting some chores done around the house here. I am going to be stepping away here in a few, grab some breakfast here in the house. And hey, in Yusuak, welcome in, sir. Thank you. Hope you enjoy. Hope to see some of you. Maybe folks, flying over in the Far East is actually kind of fun. I've got a cargo plane sitting in Beijing. I love flying up and down Japan to Taipei, Philippines, even the Chinese airports. They're kind of fun, so long as they have the instrument landing systems in the sims. That was wild. And a couple weeks ago, folks, we flew into Shanghai, and there was no ILS systems in. I don't know if it was a navgraph issue, an X-plane issue, or what. We had to fly in pretty close to minimum conditions to land strictly off our gauges, meaning nav displays. Follow the magenta line. Strictly illegal flying, folks. Do not do some of the things you see Flying with Mike do. But it was fun. So, but anyway, I just thought I'd chime in here. Yeah, I am going to step away here in a few, get some breakfast here at the house, since we had such the early start. Glad to see, like I said, Hawker was there. I'm not sure if anyone else was, but thank you all. And a big thing I do want to mention, as I do kind of run the Pan Am side operationally wise, is Pan Am Virtual, folks. It's a really good up-and-coming airline if you're into the historical stuff. What our CEO Spaceman is up to here is trying his best, and we're right now kind of limited with what is available historically. The old flying boat clippers, they're, I think, available, but I haven't tried any of them. I really want to. But the 707 itself is out there as the 720. The 707-100, I think it was. Or maybe 200. But the mainstay of the clipper fleet, the 707-300s, they're not in X-plane. Actually, they're not anywhere. The 747, yeah, hello, it's here. And some of the other big tickets like the L1011, DC-10. Trying to think of 727s here, but not in X-plane 12. So anyway, we do the best we can with what we have. Oh yeah, and the DC-3 is out there. So, but anyway, if you head over to crew.paavirtual.com, crew.paavirtual.com, you can check us out. Decide, is this up to you? Now, you may be a person like me from St. Louis. And if you're any knowledge of aviation history, know that TWA and Pan Am, that was a vicious rivalry there. Vicious, I mean, it was bad. And back in those days, Civil Aeronautics, which became the FAA, doled out routes throughout the country, and Pan Am seemed to get a lot of them. TWA did too, but not the ones they really wanted. It was just a real bitterness there. Conversely, had the two settled down, buried the hatchet away from each other, it'd be amazing to see if that airline could have if those two could have came together and become. Oh yeah, they competed big time international. Hang on a second, folks. Okay. The little one was giving us quite a good scream from her nap. But yeah, you are correct. They were bitter internationally, domestically. It was rough. But had the two come together with deregulation, I really wonder if those two, in whatever they could maybe come to terms with, if they'd still be here today. So, but anyway, those two airlines are represented here at PAA at Pan Am Virtual. So check us out. Also, they have a digital combat simulator squadron you're more than welcome to check into as well. Just get with the CEO. He can get you going with that. I am not part of that, so I am not going to speak too much of that because I don't want to misspeak if you get what I'm saying. They things are a little different when you go into DCS. So, but you're not going to see these airliners in it. If you do, it's AI, not you flying them. So, but check us out. As again, is crew.paavirtual.com. They got some great stuff through what was the name of that again? PHP VMS. So we got a great ACARS system. It's being tweaked a little bit. It's kind of stopped doing some things that it first did, and we don't know why. And I'm sure there's been updates to cause it. So, but anyway, our cadet is joining us here in the flight deck, and she is going to help us get where we're going into Japan, right? Tell them just what you told me. That's what I thought. But yes, we have the 3-month-old cadet in the cockpit. So, oh, we woke up Hawker, and I just woke up the little 3-month-old. Oh. Oh. Had to go fly with Mike, the little 3-month-old. Now, can you take your nap? No. So, but yeah, check us out, folks. Over at crew.paa.virtual.com. And a matter of fact, this flight is being flown because the CEO is requesting a move of theaters from the Guam area, I guess it is, on DSS over to, or DCS over to the Black Sea. I guess the original, if I remember long ago, when at one point I did fly it. Right? Here, you want to see? Here, let me get an airplane up for you. Getting her trained up well to be a cadet on Pan Am Virtual. All right, folks, and I am going to mute the mic here a little bit, unless she's going to say some nice things to everyone. Nope, she doesn't have much to say. Not today. I know it's not dancing fruit. All right, folks, back with you here. Hang on a second. There we go. I am going to take a small break here, make some breakfast, and we'll be back in about 10-15 minutes. Hopefully, if not a little longer. So enjoy, and we'll see you in a few minutes as we have 5 hours and 45 minutes to go to Tokyo. Well, folks, I'm back with you. I know y'all probably going, you were gone. All right, we are cruising along here, folks. 5 hours, roughly 20 minutes to go to Tokyo, Japan. Hang on, I'm going to check step climb status here. 26, so as soon as we cross 26, 170, just before the date line. And we got about 70, actually about 600 miles before we have to step climb. But we can do it any time now. All right, scavenger pump can come off. There we go. See how that sounds. All right, folks, so we'll just kind of cruise on here. We've got about, like I said, a maximum of about 600 miles to go to that step climb, but it's technically supposed to occur right around this fix, so that's only 70 miles out. So we'll get her up there here shortly. We got the scavenger pump off. And now the goal, this part I do remember, is we draw down in this configuration till our tanks 2 and 3 reach approximately 4,000 pounds more than this. So let's call it 32,000 pounds. So when they reach that, then we can engage those boost pumps again here. And then just let them draw down until we get to about top of descent-ish, or unless things start getting a little nerve-wracking with fuel, then we kick our reserves in. Get those wingtips. You know, we're basically trying to put as much weight towards the fuselage as possible. That's the goal. And if we miss it, then we've got to, play with the fuel to get things balanced and properly set up so that we can try to keep most of the weight towards the center of the plane. All right, folks, the cadet is rejoining us here on the cockpit. She may throw a fit because she's a little on the hangry side. You know, you're okay. Yeah, you're a little on the hangry side. Hungry anger. I know. You're okay. Try to calm Miss Cadet down here. And now there's a big yawn. You know, airplane travel always does it, folks. Puts people to sleep. Right? Yep, it's airplane travel, folks. Just putting her to sleep. Somehow I don't think that's true. You gonna talk to the crew? You gonna talk to us? Besides the words feed me? It is that time. Like I said, the youngin' is hangry. That's what we're hoping for. All right, folks, so we're on our way. 5 hours out of Tokyo. Let's see, are they even still up? Zooming out. Nope. Tokyo Center and Oceanic is down. So is Honolulu. Yeah, I didn't think people would stay up long enough. But that's awesome. We had Honolulu Center, and we're just cooking along here, folks. You know, I am going to get that Indy Beak off Midway. Maybe. There we go, 400. Okay, and then that way when we're in the cockpit, we would know when we're crossing. Because it's actually not far from the date line. So roughly a little under 600 miles ahead of us. So is Midway Island, and we all know the history of this island. It's time for me to change a dirty diaper. Yep. Not yet. It's feeding time. All right, folks. So one thing, that I don't know if it gets talked about a lot by streamers or not out here, but we all know I like to kind of help you out if you happen to come across the ocean. And when they ask you for position reports and stuff like that, uh, so let me see if I can get this website to behave. We'll find out. We had trouble once. And hopefully that trouble won't hit us again. All right, well, so far so good. All right, so we're bringing in Oceanic here. All right, now if you go to Shanwick or whatever North Atlantic Treaty site, you could probably hit the UK VATSIM site or Shanwick or Gander, and they're going to have something very similar to this, a page where you can go in and how the heck do I format and then repeat a position report? All right. Okay, so it's pretty easy as you see here. It's set up, basically this is set up already for you. You just put in your call sign. So in our case, it is Papa Alpha Alpha 831. Currently 26, what are we coming up on? 26 North 70 West. Or properly read 0, no. In this case, we would be that's proper. Okay. Then what time we're crossing? 16, we'll call it. And the current flight level. Okay. And then our next fix, again, it's going to be a coordinate and then the estimate for it. In our case, it would be 28 east. Okay, so that's when it gets kind of fun. Okay, and you don't let the date line throw you off. North 28 east or west, because guess what? 180 degrees is 180 degrees, so it doesn't matter. All it's just saying is all the fixes from that line going back toward the States are going to be west. That line, everything going back to Japan, Asia, Europe, is going to be east. And we're estimating it, we'll say 1840. And then after that will be 29,170. Okay. All right, so there is what you would say. Now, I hate to break this to you folks. That does not send it to the controller. Just doesn't. Hang on. Okay, now one neat feature. So we're looking at about 2 hours from now to the fix after 28 East. So basically, kind of guesstimated. 2 hours would be 18. There, I'll show you what I put in. Again, working off this number, it's 1,000 miles away, about 2 hours. It might be a little fudgy there, but let's see, right there. Okay, so now you can see it. So that is what your position report would be right now across North Clipper 831, North 26, West 170 at 1616, flight level 320. Next fix, North 28, East 180, approximately 1825. Then North 29, East 170. He reads it back and then tells you what's next. Hang on a second. Oh, position report. I'm at my desk. There you go. Hey, that's all you need there, Hawker. What's your fix thereafter? But anyway, folks, that's what you got to do. That's what the controllers are looking for now. Here's kind of the fun part to this. A lot of this is now done electronically. With your ACARS, CPDLCs, and all of that out there, when controllers are actually using it. Which is funny because they'll say they're logged in, but they'll never talk to you. That kind of very disheartening to me. Also, when you specify it in your flight plan for your aircraft's capabilities, many of them don't read. Many of them don't catch that you're in a 727, for instance. 747-200. You don't have that capability. And they expect it. Instead of realizing, either text it or be listening for them. Because you got to have certain equipment for that to work. And you run the older equipment with them, they're not paying attention. They're assuming when they shouldn't be that you're capable. Just like RNAV, they're assuming you can run RNAV when you may not be able to. Now, if you're like me and put the little R in your aircraft, well, yeah, you just said you're RNAV capable. And by the way, those FMCs make you RNAV capable. INS does not. So, but when you're required, that's what they ask. Now, we as you all remember, San Francisco to Honolulu, no position report required. I wasn't sure exactly if he really was being literal or if no position report was required because of where we were. Swing. I said maybe the swing. The poor little kid back there. She is at that point of tiredness that there's nothing anyone can do. All right, so that, folks, is how you would look at a position report. And if you, like I said, are flying to, in the North Atlantic, there's probably a page like this out there for you that you could look at and fill out if you do have to verbally give position reports. There are some things out there, tools they may have, but again, the aircraft specific. So all right, folks, well, we are going to go quiet here for a little bit, see if we can't get the little monster cadet to take a nap. She's right behind me, and we'll see how that goes. I'll be monitoring the chat and be watching as best I can Discord. Okay, folks, real quick here. We made a slight change here that I wanted to go through with y'all. Okay, we've come off, as you know, the scavenger pump. Well, we found about a 2,000-pound difference here. Mainly because, like I said, the scavenger pump will push this into tank 2. Just the way Boeing set it up. Anyway, to outdo this, we just turned the pumps off here. Watch our bleed. Make sure all the cross feeds are on. That way, tank 2 is now taking care of all 4 engines. And then we're just balancing it out by it fueling all 4 engines. As soon as it comes back, we'll kick in pump number 3 to help offset the burn down. And again, remember at about 32,000 pounds, we'll kick on the pumps for 1 and 4, so we bleed down, and then we start going tank to engine. You've heard some of these terms maybe to approach, and then we'll open up the reserves. Kind of in my mind, my feeble private pilot mind, misnomer that it says reserves. These are not my reserve tanks to get us to RJAA. GG. There's just a set amount of ballast-like fuel that you just leave out there until it's time. I'm sure someone more 747-esque could explain it a whole lot better than I can. But right now, we're just burning on all 4 engines on number 2. We get about 700 or 700. I'll turn the pumps back on. We're getting close. We're just about to 800. All right, close. Oh, right on. How about that? We're pretty close, folks. So we're now balanced out. We're ready to go for the second half of the flight into Tokyo. When we get up to 36,000, we'll begin to look at what Tokyo is operating. Most likely, there won't be an ATIS for us to read, so we're going to have to guess. Because they were showing 3 4s. For some reason, SimBrief was dumping them to the 3 4s. Unless that's the more primary operating runway they try to go with. And VATSIM had them going 1 6s. So we'll kind of see here shortly. Right now, it's dark. It's after, it probably is after midnight there. So we'll be coming in shortly. In about 4.5 hours, we'll be in there. So hope you all have enjoyed. There isn't a whole lot, you're right, a whole lot to do. I know some of you kind of cracked me up. You want to fly JFK to Singapore, but you don't really take into account it's 18 hours of flying. And folks, all that happens in a flight deck at this point is a crew change might occur. And I say might. On this flight, possibly not. They'll land, maybe go to the hotel, or go on to another destination. Or, I mean, I don't know what their crew duty day would look like on a flight like this. So, I mean, it's 6 hours flying, but they've got pre-flight, post-flight. All of that counts for hours of service, folks. very aware of that. Being a truck driver, what counted for us. So people only knew. Maybe it's a good thing they don't. But anyway, we're on our way. So again, I'm going to kind of back down, keep it kind of quiet on my end, let y'all enjoy the music, unwind. Folks, it's hump day. Turn those frowns upside down into smiles. And I know I butchered that saying, but folks, the weekend is just ahead of you, so we're coming over the crest, over the hump, on our downslide into the weekend. Hope you have some great plans. We do. Tomorrow, we've got one flight planned. After that, we'll be pretty much shut down till the following Monday. My folks will be in town, and I really don't know what, if any, kind of streaming / flying I can do. So, with that said, I just wanted to let you know tomorrow we're going to be in an Airbus, the Tolus A319, I think it is, St. Pete to Knoxville. So enjoy, folks. Hope you all have a great day. Enjoy the flight. Thank you so much. If you're new, hey, hit that follow button. Love to have you come along on our flight tomorrow, and when and if we're able to come up on streams that we don't have scheduled. Like I said, I'm watching the chat rooms, trying to get Discord. There we go. And just reading something from Piedmont and American Virtual about their CPDLC. Interesting. The 777's ACARS CPDLC feature. Obviously in its infancy right now, but Hoppy, huh? I use that through TopCat. I may have to ask the question. Anyway. All right. Interesting stuff for you guys with the PMDG, but haven't heard much about Flight Factor. I did hand you guys off from the 727 flight yesterday to Iron Condor, who was flying Flight Factor's 777, talking about some of the current issues with it. Whether I lost track because I've kind of gotten soured like a lot of people on Flight Factor. So but it does, I mean, it looked good. I watched, not sure how much longer till it gets into where the rest of the folks come, but their answer to me on one question was a little bit unacceptable for me. Might be fine for you, but for me, that's just not how you approach it. And yeah, there's been no new sense. Matter of fact, it looks yeah, pretty much I shut it down. Whoops. Oh well, hey, I'm a dissatisfied customer right now, so. But I know they're not going to worry about it. They got more worries with the 777 and to worry about existing products. So, oh well. Anyway, onward and upward. Well, onward and westward. So, just a shame they took that stance, but that's okay. It's their company. As a chief once said where I used to work, it's your company, lose it how you want. So, let's see here. Now, some interesting features that have come into play here over the last few updates. We're in, which, oh, I thought I had it here. Hang on a second, folks. All right, folks, I just forgot right behind me is a little sleeping baby now. Kind of toned us down a little bit. But anyway, some of the new features that have come on. Watch me go to Felis and he's updated it. Well, there it is. Oh, he has not. So with 1.2.7 that have come on, some of you may not have updated all the way yet, is a neat little gauge right here. It's for your TCAS. So right now it is set, here is 6 miles, 14, and 40. so it lets you see the traffic depending on what you're set at. Over here is your elevation setting, so you could have it look up, normal, and up, normal, or down, or just in that normal range, meaning right ahead of you, plus or minus a couple thousand feet, or you could have it looking anything above you or anything below you. Oh. Oh, talking this quietly sometimes makes it rough on me. Alright, so anyway, there's some of the new features. A few others actually fall in over here. Okay, so if you click home, obviously you see we can pause the sim here. Service, you have this, and a failures page. I haven't seen if we can set up anything. I'll have to go into documentation. Options now. Talking with Felis, he said that, and I don't understand the terminology, so folks, please go easy on me. My throttle looked noisy. I'm like, no, it's not. It's sitting right here and it's not doing anything. I don't get the term noisy. I know it means something with it, but I don't know how to recognize that to then recognize which switch to throw. So when he told me that, he said that feature's been built in for a while. So I came here and turned 18 blocks user throttle. I don't know fully what this one does, but you can see some of the great stuff they've added. So, just remarkable. And they do continue to work on the freighter version, even though you can change the outside to look it. But they are working on a mod for this for the freighter. And I'm actually kind of looking forward to that. So, anyway, folks, I'm going to go ahead. Hopefully, by staying quiet will help the little one stay quiet. Get her that much needed nap she so desperately needs. So, like I said, I'll be watching Discord. I'm watching the chat room. Folks, if you need, let me know. I'll come on, talk with you, walk you through if you got an issue, questions, comments. Love to hear you. And as always, folks, if you're new to the channel, smash that follow button. If you're annoyed by the commercials, sorry, folks. Besides, us making a little profit off that, very little, by the way, which is helping to pay the bills on their end that way. So we do run them. We try to keep them at a minimum, but we do have to run them. If it is beyond where it's just too much of an annoyance, you can always subscribe to the channel. But folks, I'm not going to pressure you to do that or anything. Just say that's an option for you if you so choose, because it does involve paying, for subscription to this channel. And that's one of the benefits. So, all right, well, I am going to step aside here, watch the chat rooms and Discord, and feel free to join our Discord channel, folks. It's, we're growing every day. We appreciate y'all coming over. And by the way, in just under 4 days from now, folks, we kick off Viewer Appreciation Month. So that's where we turn and appreciate. We always appreciate y'all, but we go that special mile in July. That was the month we became an affiliate. And I couldn't have become an affiliate on my own. There's no way. I have you wonderful people out there that became followers that pushed us over the edge to become an affiliate here at Twitch. Now, TwitchCon's coming up, and I have toyed with the thought of possibly going out to it, but I don't know enough of what I'm walking into to go to TwitchCon in San Diego. Don't get me wrong, love to go to San Diego. I've never been, I've always wanted to see. So yeah, that is always on the table. Just not sure about TwitchCon. So, y'all have thoughts or comments about it? Let me know. Hey, I'd love to know. But yeah, I've thought about it. So, anyway, folks, I need to step aside, be a little quiet, think about joining Pan Am Virtual. We'd love to have you aboard. Great technology. And we're going to kind of quiet things down for her. So, we'll be watching on the chat room and in Discord. Alright folks, we're at about the halfway point here. Maybe a little shy. Let's get back up here in the cockpit. And let's go take a little tour. What do you get when you buy this airplane? Besides a magnificent plane. And if you're interested in it, here's a link. So, as we love to say, folks, it's a three-man crew. The man that does all the work is right there, the flight engineer. And then over here and over here, we affectionately call the pretty boys. All they do is make sure the plane gets where it's going. He makes sure it actually is up and running, so that you, the passengers, enjoy the air, the water, the hydraulics are working for the pilots, the fuel, keeping those engines moving, and so forth. So he does all of that there. So, and once we come out of the ad here, folks, we'll take a look. But again, folks, we really do appreciate it that y'all are here and enjoying this flight, albeit another 4 hours to go roughly. So taking a little bit of its sweet time to get there. But we want to thank you, folks. Sure, I mean, we can't do this without you. So we thank you so much. And to our followers, like I said, next month's all about followers and subscribers. Thanking you all coming aboard. First off, making us an affiliate, and then propelling us, keeping us moving forward. One day, maybe, who knows, we could hit partner. Not holding my breath on it, folks. But who knows? Who knows what tomorrow will bring? All right, so we are back from the break. Let's go back where we were. Here's where the captain sits. One of the relief pilots when he's not in his rack. All right, let's go take a look at this beast, shall we? All right, folks, here's the upper deck. Now, in past days, yes, there was some seating up here. They also, in some conversion, in some versions of it, turned it into a bar, lounge area. First class, unfortunately, only. But, it's nice. And then also crew sleeping quarters and all were up here too. So, because even the flight attendants have requirements for hours of service. Yeah, I'm not good at this, folks. All right, so let's look forward, shall we? And here would be your normal first class. Again, another lounging area right here. If I turn around enough, you'll see. But yeah, overall a good first class area. Okay, and then we get into the cattle class. Coach. And again, Felis, you know, they went that extra mile and put the seats in, put everything in here. Really a great job. Again, another little galley area right here. As we get towards the tail of the aircraft. Now, some versions could come down here. I don't know if I've seen Felis, but they put another galley right here. Or maybe I'm thinking a different airplane. But anyway, but bathrooms, everything, they've, you know, he's really done a great job with this aircraft. No, the seats, the luggage bins don't open. Now, on some of these longer flights, folks, they might actually block off here in the cabin for the crew. I've seen that on some aircraft for military charters, that is. Now, I've never, I'll be honest, never been on a 747 here inside like this, other than one time it was flat out cargo plane. Beyond that, I have never been on a 747. So really can't speak much to it. See how badly we do this. Pretty horrible. But anyway, there you go, folks. You get all of that with this plane. They, like I said, they have gone that extra mile to really make it look good. All right, folks. So there you go. That's what you get, folks, when you literally invest in this aircraft. I think it's like $70. It's really well done. Kept up to date. Let me pop over the Discord channel. Is always going to let you know what's happening, what's new, what's not. Let's see, Felis, there we go. This update happened back in May, the end of May. After about 20 days, they had a quick changeover for some things they were testing and stuff. And then, you know, so he does stick with it. Now, is it like Zebo? I think the last time we flew it, he's put in at least 2 or 3. No. You know what? I'm not really kidding, folks. He's done 2. Holy mackerel. You know, Zebo is just amazing at the updates. 624, and that's today, isn't it? Oh, 2 days ago. And then 21, I mean, he keeps that plane very seriously up to date. And wish some other people would. But that's another discussion for a whole different time. And the funny thing about Zebo is that's free. And yet he keeps it so up to date and always coming up with just phenomenal ideas. I'm looking forward for a couple that I kind of hold just to close quarters with me. One day they're going to come, and I can't wait. So, but anyway, folks, we are on our way. We'll give you a nice shot of the Clipper Gem of the Ocean. All right, folks. Well, Erder 720, I don't know the language there, but thank you for the first time chat. We sure appreciate you aboard. Hope you enjoy. All right, let's see. All right, so we crossed the date line. So that means Midway Island is behind us. So straight ahead is Tokyo, folks. Albeit about 3 hours, 45 minutes away. But we, at our next fix, will begin looking at what's going on in the Tokyo area to determine what runway we're headed for. When we last looked, which was takeoff time, they were in the 1.6 mode. However, SimBrief was in 3.4s. That's when it gets kind of dicey. And the few airports I've been to, they get a little feisty, the pilots. Well, SimBrief says this. Well, the Windsock says this. Well, this says that. So, we'll kind of go with what the METAR says. And we're lucky, maybe we'll have ATC. And we'll bring this lovely 3,000 mile flight to a close at Narita. But folks, it has been an honor, as always, to fly for y'all. Put on the stream and listen and just amazed at what all you guys are. And thank you so much. Again, next month, all about followers, all about the viewers. It's Viewer Appreciation Month. So looking forward to that big time. Got some ideas brewing. I just need 31 or more to get it going. So many of them are in Europe. Many we're going to try to start flying again more consistently in Europe. Maybe come back to POSCON every now and then. But we'll see. But we'll be flying in Europe, hopefully on VATSIM. The hard part for me is when I can't get a word in edgewise, because traffic is just so extreme. And that's a testament to you all, folks. I mean, that makes it like the real world, except one big difference. The real world staff's another controller. Most VATSIM sectors don't. And some of those people get so inundated, it's bad. We watched that a couple days ago, so saw it a couple months ago in Denmark. That unfortunately had an external component to it as well, with a pilot who didn't catch on why he wasn't staying online. I'll give you the down and dirty. I'm not going to give you the down and dirty what happened that day. That would just be so wrong. But hang on, let's get that glorious Pan Am globe in the scene. Folks, to be on VATSIM, take a look up here. If you want to be up and running on here, when there's a message telling you, and we actually were running into this too and not realizing it, not what this pilot went through, but a different issue. It tells you when your frame rates drop and stay consistently below 20 frame rates a second, okay, you're gonna get a warning message, and it's usually like 10, maybe 15 seconds they're gonna give you. Either lower your scenery settings or it's gonna automatically disconnect you. So he would come on. I don't know what is. I'm thinking this is what it was. His frame rates were not above 20 and immediately dropped off 10 seconds, 20 seconds later. which in normal times, that's not bad. I mean, if you're at an airport with one or two planes, okay, it's an annoyance, but it is what it is. When you're in an event like they were with 30 or more aircraft, then it becomes a problem. And it was a problem. Couldn't stay on long enough to hear the controller tell him. So controllers do what controllers have to do in that situation. So that's one big thing you got to understand with VATSIM. And folks, I'm not knocking VATSIM because POSCON has the same rules. Can't speak for the other two that are popular, Pilot Edge, which they shouldn't have it since you're paying to be there. That's why I don't go. And IVAO. Don't know anything about them, but I'm sure they have something similar. So make sure you can maintain the frame rates. That is one of the reasons we haven't bought JFK. We fly JFK a lot. But when controllers come up, and the traffic when you're on VATSIM, or God forbid there be a light to moderate, I'd say light weather going on there, just light. I'm having a hard time keeping it above 20. So that's why I'm a little nervous. You throw that scenery in there and you may tank. Philadelphia is a good example. Great scenery, fantastic scenery. Frame rates get a little dicey there and we have dropped off. Now, I just respectfully stay off. I don't keep battling to get back on to be heard or to be seen or to whatever. So that's the kind of the environment you have to think about when you come on VATSIM. Give and take on both sides. Controllers need to understand we, the pilot, want to fly too. And telling us to keep standing by is not a good thing. Conversely, controllers want active pilots that aren't going up and down on them. So it's a give and take. And sometimes it seems very lopsidedly one issue, and sometimes intentional, where they're just there for a streamer, not necessarily me, but a particular streamer out there, or their friends, or whatever. And that's when VATSIM goes into that dark side that I'm not very happy about sometimes. Nor are a lot of other pilots, and controllers for that matter. So, anyway, off the soapbox, but I just wanted to give you that little bit about VATSIM. And many of you do ask me, why aren't you flying the Nimbus O'Hare? Because there's a good chance it's going to keep me under 20 frame rates. Not good for VATSIM. Believe me, I've looked at it, and I'm going to be honest, O'Hare default is not all that bad. I mean, don't get me wrong, Nimbus is phenomenal. But when you look at the default, it's really not that bad. Now, they just released Charlotte and in there with Nimbus as well. I'm going to tell you, it raised my eyebrows. But right now, I'm in a position where I really can't put sceneries or aircraft on. So, till either all of a sudden 1 million subscribers come on. Boom. No, I'm exaggerating. Or I find a job. I've been out of a job now for a month. So one of these resumes out bites and I get a chance. So there you have it, folks. All right, let's see where we are here. Alright, so let's see where we're hiding in the world right now. Alright, so our next fix is still a good distance away, and that is where I believe we step climbed to 36. I'll have to look here in a minute. I'm just giving something better than the panel to look at. And that is the glorious Pan Am Globe and Pan Am Clipper Gem of the Ocean. And by the way, the little cadet, for those of you curious, has succumbed for now. The wife actually had a great idea, tried it out, it worked for now. But that's, hey, thumbs up. She's been a struggle for the last couple of days. All right, as we mentioned in the beginning, that is kind of cool. I'm looking at this here in Spotify. The what's playing from Energy. Is that it? Yeah, Energy. No, that's the name of the song. The group is Electro Now. That's pretty cool how they spelled it out. So, E plus lec plus tro plus now plus mia. I like that. Pronounced. I like that. That's good. Very cool. So folks, I hope your hump day is going well. Wednesday has been affectionately called that for as long as I know here in the States. I don't know if other countries adopt it, but basically in saying we're over the hump of the weekday, Monday through Friday workers. The weekend is right over there, 2 days away. And there's a great commercial out there. Not sure if it's Geico, Progress. Really great, great commercial. We ran it once on here, and I kept wondering, was I going to get striked? And I didn't. I was shocked. I didn't get any copyright blowbacks, but not going to push my luck. Those are things I'm not happy about. I am looking at, what's the streamer? Hang on. Suggested to me, hang on, or suggested to the group, put it that way, Eli. He suggested what was it called? And he's done this before, but he came out talking about copyrights. And he's 100% right. Yeah, no more copyright. So we'll get back into that here after the break. Yeah, in Usuk, I just replied back saying hello, and I would not know how to respond in that language. I think one of these two, Eli or Nutty, um, covered that once. Actually, I think pretty recent too. Anyway, I'm trying to find something here from Mr. Eli himself. I think it's Eli. Uh, oh yeah, epic, epmic sound. Oh, epidemic sound. .com. Something he's so. But anyway, yeah, he goes into this, and I've been getting hit pretty hard lately, and while they're not striking, what paid add-ons I have. Well, paid add-ons in the Flying with Mike arsenal come in the form of the X-Plane 11. Hang on, I'm going to turn this. If you don't mind, bear with me a second here. We'll start that up in a second. The FJS 727, the Felis 747, Tolis A321 and 21 Neo, A320 Neo, A319. All of that from Tolis. We do have the Flight Factor A320. Not a big fan of right now because it's not flyable because of the beta change. And the 767 from them. And was really hoping to get the 777, but I'm not sure right now. I'm trying to think, do I have any other aircraft? And then you'll also see on stream the Citation 10 that comes with X-Plane 10, the King Air C90, um, beautiful plane. A great job they've done on it. So those are the aircraft we fly. Scenery, the only sceneries I have added to X-Plane 12. I think the scenery is pretty downright awesome. So I don't really see needs to tweak them up. St. Louis, just because the one they released in X-Plane 11, phenomenal, from Starfly, or Star Sims, sorry. Also Star Sims, as mentioned earlier, Philadelphia. And we have Nimbus Atlanta. Now that one's not, I'm not sure if that was actually made for X-Plane 12. I like it, but it's kind of, I'm not seeing what they say it should do. So I'm thinking it was for X-Plane 11, and that will disappoint me if they're advertising it otherwise. Because now I wonder, will the Charlotte work? So, but anyway, that's what I run. Beyond that, it's whatever's in the. Oh, how could I forget the free Zebo 737, which I say, in my opinion, better than PMDG. My opinion, for what it's worth. Yeah, I've got to go in USIC and watch. I think Nutty was the one that talked about translating, and there's, I guess, a way to do it, which I didn't know. So this probably would have been a good stream to do that on, come to think of it. But I'm kind of right now trying to get the music ironed out so both Twitch and YouTube play nicely with the music. You know, they don't get offended and say copyright, copyright. Or I just stop playing the music. I mean, makes a 6-hour trip very boring, or God forbid longer. And I think Spaceman has something longer for me planned. So we'll see. We're gonna get into Tokyo here soon, and you know, we might look at down the road a couple more flights before embarking on his uh, um, request. But yeah, now I've watching Iron Condor yesterday. He runs this thing called Auto Ortho. I do not. Again, I get a little gun shy, and I ought to give it a try. Because the frame rates, well, if we look right now, we've had fun looking at the beautiful Pan Am globe. Just looking here, you see how we're in the 40s. I'm okay with that. If I was to load the JFK or even what's in Atlanta, and that's what comes up, oh, I'm in heaven. Zebo sometimes pushes it close to 60, or used to. I don't know if we still do or not. We've actually got Zebo planned here short in time. But if I could get frame rates like that, bottom end, I'd be really happy. That's what it used to do. Top end, you know, I don't care where it ends up on the top. So that's a big thing for me. Let's go to AvTab maps. And folks, I know you're like, you do understand there, Captain, there ain't gonna be anything showing below you, right? Yeah, see, all but ocean. I just like having something over there. That's all. But anyway, folks, we're now looking at about 3.5 hours over to Tokyo. So I think we're going to be needing a step climb here real soon. Is it 2960 or 2970? Oh, correction. 3160 is where the step climb is. Okay, so we got to get past this one in 250 miles to the next one's 780 miles ahead of us. We've got a little ways to go with 34,000. Let's see how our fuel tanks are doing. Oh, we're getting close. We're about 10,000 pounds out from when I'll start reconfiguring. So we're getting there, folks. We're getting there. Welcome to long haul flying, folks. Even though this really is, to many people, and I would have said this 4 years ago and beyond, medium haul. Transcontinental, San Francisco, Boston kind of flight. Yeah, I call these medium. I was notorious for San Francisco, Tokyo. San Francisco, London, Frankfurt, stuff like that. And cross the land, Tokyo to Frankfurt, Tokyo, pick points like that. That to me is long haul, folks. Even Tokyo, Dubai. So, oh well. But things have changed now that we stream. We kind of dialed it back because not a lot of people want to. I mean, I know a couple that really love these long haul flights so long as you keep it quiet because they use them in their crew rests to sleep. So, but anyway, thanks for the assist there on the translation, because sorry, I just don't know. Those are things about Twitch I just don't know. So, let's get that music going for now. But that epidemic, I think it's called sound, I am really looking at. Pretzel, I'm looking at again, just so that we get content that's quote, quote, copyright free, even though the next day they may slap a copyright on it.
What's up is down, what's left is right. Chasing stars and holding you. I can't see the end, but we'll see it through. Dangerous times, don't fly too high. Be sure to keep the ground in sight. Fly forever if you keep it tight. Love the world, but keep the sky on your mind.
All right, folks. Well, just found out it's been raining here for quite a while. We've been actually needing this for a couple of months. Well, no, not a couple of months, but at least most of June. And it's the kind of rain we really needed. Not the kind to come in them downpour thunderstorms, but nice soak of rain so it'll seep in and stick around a little longer instead of just run off into the drains and be gone the next day. Unlike some places in the country like Florida and South Dakota that are really inundated right now. So a nice steady precip is just what the doctor ordered here for our area, and I'm glad to see it out there. Although one of my breaks today was going to be to mow the yard. Now don't think it takes me hours. Well, it might take me hours to recuperate from the 5-minute mow. Yeah. If I went out with scissors, it would take a couple hours. But no, seriously, it's a short, very small area. But I just didn't really want to go in 100-degree heat. But we still got time. All right, well, I am going to just kind of stand by here on the side, folks. Again, I am watching the chat rooms and Discord. If any questions, comments, or anything pop, please, hey, folks, that's what I love answering, questions about flying, about the sims as best I can. I can't really address that other one. I left it 4 years ago. Left, not that one, FSX, left that company 4 years ago of sims. No eyes aiming back at it. So, hope y'all enjoy. We've got about 3.5 or so hours to go, and we'll be in Tokyo. And when we make our next step climb, that's when we'll begin looking into the weather of Tokyo to make sure we're planned right. So again, I'll be watching the chat room, so don't think I've gone very far. So we'll be standing by for you. Hey, welcome in, Shampoo Flyer. What's the bug scares? All right, let's see how things are translating out over here at Pan Am Virtual. I'm on the Canadian server? Huh, didn't know that. All right, folks, we are 3 hours away. And about 500 miles away from a step climb. Let's see how our fuel's doing. $39, need to get down around 32, so we're just about there to be able to turn the pumps back on the outer pumps. Hey, Pet Dog 35, I see you're in the house. Sorry, folks, I was just right on the side there as we go to a break. Be right with y'all. All right, folks, we're back with you. And I see Pat Dog 35 came in here about, what was it, 5 minutes ago, 6 minutes ago. And glad to have you aboard, sir. Hope you enjoy. Folks, we are about 3 hours out. Actually, 2 hours, 45 minutes out. So that's what I get for reading. Let's take a look at the weather over in good old Tokyo Bay. Well, Narita, let's just say. So 040. So the 3-4s will be a good choice. All right, about a 60-degree off the nose cross with 5 knots. Not bad. Variable, not bad. Broken at 5,000. Okay, overcast 1,500. And temperature dew point, getting in that sweet spot for the potential of fog. Okay, so not a bad flight in. I'm gonna go ahead and stick to our guns as of right now for the 3-4s. All right, just doing some looking here, folks. Okay, so let me take a look here into our arrival. So 160 is on the nose, okay. That's where we step climb to 36. All right, and take a look at how did it do that? Hang on. Why did you do that? All right, now I've heard of this procedure. We'll get into it here shortly. Wow. Interesting procedure indeed into Narita. So we got some work ahead of us here, folks. We're still a good 2.5 hours out. So we'll kind of talk it through then. Kind of little I'm not gonna say it's just a little too early to get into that, so we'll wait till we get closer to about an hour and a half, and we'll get into that. But for now, folks, let's continue flying on and see where we go from here. Well, let me ask this of you. How have you enjoyed this? It's been a little bit of a long flight. We have currently been on air since 8 a.m. Central Daylight, or yes, Central Daylight Time. About 5 hours, 45 minutes. And just curious, how do you all like these longer flights? Or would you rather see multi-stopped flights, meaning what you've been seeing, where we take off and land shorter distances, go to the next flight, take off, land, go to the next flight, take off, land, and so forth. Instead of take off, 5 hours later, land. In this case, 6 hours, 7 hours, or longer. Now, I know someone in the house, because he doesn't fly them, wants me to fly ultra long flights. I sure don't see him in the air on this one. So, actually a couple people. So I'm just kind of curious, which do you kind of work your way to? I have been towing, and usually I can't do cross the pond events or cross the land or stuff like that because I'm usually working. But right now, it's possible. So I put it out there to y'all. And of course, literally on the eve of Viewer Appreciation Month in July, curious, would you be wanting to see some of those during the time frame? I'm hearing the cadets pretty much whining back here. No! The cadet is weighing in as no. she needs the bouncing fruit. Oh, the kids are so much fun. Trying to figure out what it is. All right. Well, we're back into cloudiness over the Pacific. For a while there, we had clear skies. I'm curious. Let's try something. Looks like some offshore rain in Japan there. So we'll deal with that inbound. Now, the interesting note on this approach. They had a pretty serious incident that occurred coastline here inbound to Narita. As the aircraft was coming in, lowered the landing gear, ice fell out. And I can't remember the story if the person I know would have either been seriously injured or killed. But yeah, now there is a procedure in place for a lot of the inbound Narita flights for the 3-4s. Goes like this. Number 4, gear down operations during an approach. During an approach to 3-4 left and right in order to prevent ice blocks falling from aircraft onto the ground. All flights making approaches into 3-4 left, 3-4 right from the seashore are required anyway, they are required to complete gear down locked before 11.8 DME. which is 14.3 DME off Narita. So, yeah. That's a thing, folks. It happens where ice might accumulate and fall. I can't imagine that big of a chunk of ice, but you never, folks were flying in the upper 30s sometimes. So who knows what we could accumulate in those gear doors. And when they open up, they fall. And as we descend through the warmer air, they thaw and so forth. So amazing that they've actually got a procedure in place for this. So my guess, someone died, but just amazing. Again, we'll go through it a little bit more here in roughly, like I said, about an hour and a half from now. We'll start into the arrival brief, maybe an hour, and get into this because it's a little bit to this one to get into Narita. So enjoy the music, folks, as we roll on into Narita. Okay. All right, folks. I am going to go ahead and mute for now. My wife has a meeting to get into. She may or may not have to talk, so we'll just go with it. And when we get out of that, we'll be good to go. So we'll see you in a bit, but we'll be monitoring the chat rooms and Discord. See you in a few. Alright folks, she's out of that meeting, and I screwed up a little bit. I let the aircraft stay configured the way it did way too long. So we're going to try to get back to where we need to be by reverse, by basically flip-flopping it. As you can see, I've turned the pumps off 2 and 3, and now 1 and 4 are burning for all 4 engines. So yeah, that was my bad. I got sidetracked on a few things, and unfortunately I let that go. So however, in the meantime, we are now an hour and 50 minutes out. We're going to start this arrival brief here shortly. Kind of seeing if I am burning more out of the center tank, so that's going to help a little too. It's going to put that over here to hopefully help a little, and then we'll get them up to snuff, rebalanced real quick if need be. And I'm not going to worry about 600-pound indifference. But hopefully we can get these into some kind. We got to drop at least, well, I'm just going to drop 3,000 pounds and we'll go with it. All right, so we're rolling on, folks. And I saw your message out there, Hawker. And I get it. Just not into doing multiple games at once. You know, if you're going to come to watch the flight sim, not the flight sim plus. I mean, why not fire up another sim, put it in a window up top? I mean, no. So sometimes this aircraft can be hard enough just here. So again, that's why I don't run a background game on top of it. All right, so we're at 36,000, and I got a little concerned also, folks. The next fix is called Fix 1, and I'm not sure if that's because it got in the system wrong or what. So I'm very careful right now to watch that we're staying on track, because that very well could give us troubles. See how it says Fix 1? Yet up here it says it correctly, so I just want to make sure. All right, come over here real quick. Okay. So, but I just wanted to let you know, Hawk, I did catch your text message. Excuse me. But I just wanted you to know where I come from. All right, now let's see. All right, so there's where we are. Let's see, what is this? Yokosuka at 1620. Still, I'm sure, way out of range, as we are still good 350 miles, 60 miles out of just getting to TONIK. But that'll give us a, you know, here's one we also get in. Or Hachio Jima 1665. Let's get that in over here. 665. Again, remember I told you gotta have 2 just get that update going in the best way possible, that's what I recommend. And that'll be our first VORs, which should come into range. Yokosuka, down here on the southern tip here, where Tokyo is. Wait a minute. Yokosuka. Oh, I got the wrong. 12.5. Let's do that. Kind of glad I double checked. So what we're doing here, folks, 12.5 is gonna be pushing hard here. Hachio will pick up somewhere in that vicinity too, and then we'll begin working off of that, off of Hanadid, to get that INS as up to date as possible on its way in. I have a hard time explaining it because it's been so long since I've done it. But catching that INS update as early as possible gets you as accurate as you can be drawing in, and eventually you would be VOR to VOR on your approach, because you're not going to know a lot of these fixes that in about 20 minutes I'm going to start going through. All right, so now as we come in closer to what's on here as fix 1, I'm actually going to put us to 38. Okay, bear with me, folks. All right, we're going to get some positive out of this. I really was trying my best to get us on that fuel panel. I let it slip. Okay. Now, do I suspect maybe Hachima will come in first, but you never know. They're both right at their limits. So, we'll see. This is when I wish we had navs that we could put a standby frequency in to flip to it as we're stair-stepping our way in. And I'm sure Felis or someone who's familiar with this aircraft go, all you do is this, that, and the other, and boom. Oh, excuse me, folks. All right, folks, I just finished up my lunch break, and we're working in here. I figure in about 20 minutes when I get ready to do this arrival brief, we'll step up. Actually, let me see where we are. Flight plan. So yeah, 32 north, 150 east is when that would occur. And folks, I know I've been talking a lot about DME updating and all. I don't remember how you trigger it in your INS, if there is a way to trigger it, if it's just automatic or what. But I just know these lights come on when it's updating. It's in essence to when you flip it to align, but you're already aligned. Anyway, like I said, check the INS information and go from there, because it has been years, folks. We're talking a century of flight, I think 2004, so somewhere up until 2006 or 7, maybe a little later, since last I used one, and then it was the SEVA that you paid for, and not like this aircraft, it comes with it. And it's not, I don't use it because of any problems with it. I just find not using it and running into that error code, I just don't want to go through that. So all right, still good. Looking at sim aware. Well, actually it would, wow, there is a trail of aircraft coming from San Francisco, Oakland area over to Hawaii. Go figure, they're all 777s. Every single one of them. Oh man, there's the same thing going across the Atlantic too. Oh, there's an A330 stuck in the crowd. Oh, they don't like him. There's an A330, or yep, 330, sorry. Yeah, there's a lot of trails, so a lot of people went out and got it. That's cool. Hey, power to y'all. Really, truly. A lot of streaming, I can see trails and trails of it. I'm wondering how things are gonna shape up this weekend event, and stream wise you're gonna see 777s all over the place, and little old me not flying. Well, not because of that, but I have family in town, so that kind of curtails it, and we'll try maybe, but no definites. So, and if you want to know, folks, if we're going to go online or not, hey, following is the best way. All you lose is an email comes to you letting you know we went live, and you can decide whether to come over and watch or not. So if you're new to the channel, you haven't followed, that's what following does. Those of you over on YouTube, the same thing happens, except you'll know a new video release by subscribing. So I know subscribing has that little lure of, am I spending for this? No. If I ever get monetized over there, and I'm really pretty much to the point where I don't think I will, which is fine, by the way. Same with becoming a partner on Twitch. Right now, I am just enjoying life as an affiliate, and, you know, we have fun. And that's what the name of the game is here, fun, folks, fun. But if I were to, memberships would be the word for what Twitch uses for subscribing. So, currently we are inbound to Narita, and boy, there are a lot of 777s. Hey, there's a 747. It's just kind of fun when something new releases, folks. All right, so let's bring it in here, folks. We're 1 hour, 38 minutes out. Give it another 10 minutes or so. See how our fuel tanks are doing. All right, we're about even, so we'll let them go a little longer, and then we'll set up for tank to engine. That loose nut behind the wheel here. See, this is what you get. This is why 3 people were needed to fly this aircraft at a minimum back in the day. Today, in the Sims, yeah, we try to do it with 1 person, but very easily can get slightly away from you. Granted, not in a bad way yet, but not where I'm gonna like it by the time we start down, but we'll make it. It'll work, folks. It always does. But again, hope y'all are having a great Wednesday. We're at the hump, folks. We're coming over Wednesday, headed for the weekend. Hope y'all have a great one in store. All right. Okay. Got one more step to make. Now, folks, if I flip it to INS, it'll tell me how far to the next fix, 253 miles. All right, bear with me here. Okay. All right, folks, we're at that magical 1 hour 30 minutes out of Tokyo. All right, folks, we are actually greater than the inner tank or the outer tanks now. So anyway, you get what I'm saying. 2 and 3 are now higher than the 1 and 4, which is what we want. I'm going to let these get up a little bit further. I'd like to get right now down to about 20 if we can. The step climb will help a little. And currently 180 out for that. So cool. We're hitting the marks where we want, folks. And one thing I gotta double check that I did. Okay, we did get the pressurizations set. All right, well, folks, it's been a long 33. What did we do? Say 3,500 mile trip. Still got a good couple hundred miles to go. So we're not there yet, but we're just about. We know we're getting closer, folks, when the mileages start coming on the DMEs. Again, we are set for Hachijima over on nav 2. Nav 1 is set for Tachima. So hopefully we'll see those here shortly. Probably that's gonna be oh. So that'll be 200. I didn't realize either I had accidentally deleted it or it didn't register right. But anyway, we are on course. I have been constantly making sure. We're getting closer to 32 north, 150 east. Then we head over to TONIK and start our arrival. Whew. All right, folks. So what's our next long haul we're up for? And I already know, Hawker, yours. Hi. Hi. Throw the Dan. Oh, she is hilarious. She has, in 8 hours, only done 3-hour naps. Well, a total of 3. So she's behind on that. She's been eating, so I got a feeling there's a little bit of a cold in play. Allergies, the storms, a whole 9 yards. But anyway, the little young cadet, yeah, she's struggling. And now they have this new thing. I don't know. Some of you out there with kids may know, or infants and youngins, dancing fruit. You heard it. You heard it first from Flying with Mike. Dancing fruit. What's next? Dancing with Flying with Mike? I don't know. Or dancing while flying with Mike? I don't know. YouTube? Oh, Lordy. All right, folks, we are getting into that time frame where we're going to do this arrival brief. There's a lot to this one that's not in most, even though it's pretty straightforward. It's just a couple procedures that have to happen real world, they don't have to happen in the sim world, but real world, because of an incident. We talked about it about an hour or two ago, and we'll bring it up again here. So, while we're here, let me take a look at the fuel tanks. 24. Oh yeah, we're right where we want to be. Let's kick this one on for just a few seconds before bringing the number 3 on. That'll try to balance us out a little bit here. Just watching the numbers, since we're trying to even it up, might as well get as close as we can. And then once we take care of this, we'll step climb up and get into our final cruise altitude. Almost there, folks. Just balancing it out, because like I said, when you empty the center tank, it all goes in here. Okay, and that looks like a good number to kick it on at. All right, so now all tanks are pumping. Okay, now what we're going to do is go into tank to engine, meaning one crossfeed valve is left open while the others are closed. However, here's how it works. This one keeps both the pipe full of fuel and takes care of number 1, takes care of engine number 2, takes care of engine number 3, takes care of engine number 4. Okay, here's their fuel shutoffs right here. All right, so, and then like I said, you just keep one crossfeed open to keep the tank, the pipe between all the fuel tanks full. So that way you have that. If you need to, for some reason, all of a sudden balance something, you've got fuel in there. Or an emergency happens, we may need to turn them all on. Who knows? But for now, we're in the safest mode possible. All right, so let's start our climb now to 38,000. Okay, so let's get into it. As we climb up to 38,000, we need to go to the VS and set about 1,000. Oh, that's going down. My bad. There we go. And we'll just do a nice gentle climb. Sure we're in cruise. Go to climb. That gives us a little more punch to help get the plane up there. We didn't do this on the last one. Okay. We're still losing some speed, but we'll gain some power. So hopefully it won't go down much more. And then over here, take it up 2,000. So we're pressurizing the cabin now to handle 38,000. Some reason, check my other windows here real quick. Okay, I think we're back. Did we have an issue with Twitch? Yeah, it looks like we are. There we go. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here with Twitch. Okay, we're at 38, so go back to cruise. Not sure what the heck is going on with my laptop. But it looks like everything else is functioning properly. Yeah, it appears everything's functioning. Not sure why it was doing that on my laptop. Huh. Hang on just a second.
What's up is down, what's left is right. Chasing stars and holding you. I can't see the end, but we'll see it through.
All right, folks, sorry for that being offline. Had a little bit of technical issues going on with my laptop. The stream itself appears to have been fine. It just, for some reason, my laptop. All right, well, anyway. We'll keep watching, make sure. All right, that burned us another 10 minutes closer, so let's get in here. We're leveled off 38,000, altitude hold, check my fuel tanks. I don't want to be in that situation again. We're good. All right, folks, let's talk arrival. Gonna hold the music right there. Let's talk the arrival here. You know what? It's been a long flight, folks. We've been on air for 7.5 hours almost. And I want to thank those of you that have been off and on from Hawker 125. And I'm trying to think who else we've seen in here. In Usik, Pat Dog. So Duluth Fly may have popped in, popped out a couple times. But I want to thank you all for the support you've given. Again, just a blanket statement so everybody watching, including our YouTubers, know. Coming up in 4 days, folks, Viewer Appreciation Month starts, the month of July. We're going to be going to a lot of your favorite vacation destinations. If you have one, you want to make sure we go to it, head over to our Discord channel and Discord's the best, but if this is your only resort, put it in the chat room. I will find it and let me know, and we'll try to get it into the lineup. We're going to hit a lot of places in Europe, plus a couple of others here in the U.S. and maybe down in South America. Not real familiar with African places other than one in Egypt. So if y'all want to see some stuff there, plus over in hang on a second, folks. But anyway, that's what's on store for. Sorry about that, folks. My laptop is really being a pain today, so I've had to shut it down. That's okay. We've got other sources to make sure things are looking right over here. So let's try that. So let's see. Everything else, yeah, everything else, Hun's working fine. So I don't know what's going on with it. All right, so let's bring in charts. All right, well, we'll see what happens there, folks. All right, so let's bring it in here, shall we? The charts, and we'll start in on this arrival because we're getting in a little close. We just crossed 32 north, 150 east, as you all see. All right, so we got that problem taken care of. All right, so looking over here, we've got charts pulled up. Like I said, we just crossed 32 north, 150 west. Staring us down is TONIK, and that starts us in to our arrival. Now, we have the layer up for the weather radar. So let's kind of look ahead. You can see that the source charts use has some scattered rain that will go through on the way in. I just took that layer off. Okay, so when we get to TONIK, you can see how we're going to work in. Once we get to LUBLA, that's where the actual star itself starts. And maximum, this is for the hold, 230, below 14,000, 240, above 5,000. Okay, from LUBLA, we're flying the LUBLA T Tango arrival. So we'll come off at 280, Sophia to AA 458, AA 459, AA 460, AA 461. It's kind of like an arc. Problem is, I don't know what we're arcing off of, NRE, which is Narita's VOR, or something else. I really can't tell. But anyway, that's what we're going to fly to Belks. At Belks, well, from Sophia to Belks will be at 9,000 feet, 220 knots. She's being hilarious back there, folks. All right, from Belks, we'll turn almost due north 006 to Peaks, where we'll be at 6,000, and then we'll begin setting up for the ILS off Tyler. All right, so D-ATIS 128.25, 135 for the field elevation, and here's what's required. Transition level at 14,000. Okay. All right, so once we get to Tyler, we are planning, let me double check, 34 left. So it's a 040, 28 minutes ago, at 6, and no sky condition reported. So 23 and 9, greater than 900 or 9,999 meters. So we should be fine, folks. So we'll come in on 3-4. So from Tyler, mandatory we be at 4,000. So we'll descend to 4,000, drive that to Gina and Cosmo at 4,000. All right, and then Cosmo in. So let's get into the peculiars with this one. Okay, ILS 34 left. Here's all our frequencies that are possible. All right, so we'll have to tune 111.9 right here. Final approach course 337, set right here. Okay, crossing Cosmo at 4,000 feet, which is 3,800 feet above the ground. Cool. All makes sense. Come down to our decision height and altitude. Height is 339 feet above the sea level. That is the same height as 200 feet above the ground. Notice airport elevation, runway elevation, 139, 200 foot separation. So same point in the sky, 200. Okay, there's our missed approach. Basically, we climbed to 1,000 on heading 337. Turn left to 6,000 via the 140, heading 142 to intercept and proceed outbound on the 187 to Gumyo. Left to 157 to intercept, and you can follow the rest. Here's where you end up, out at Brinks. Okay, here's where we get into those peculiars. Okay, 1 and 2 and 3 aren't really anything. VOR and DME's required. Radar's required. Well, simultaneous approach authorized with 3. So that means if we actually had a lot of traffic here, we could have traffic simultaneously landing. Here's where it gets peculiar. Item number 4, the gear down rule here. Okay, when you're coming in on the 3-4s, again, little backstory, chunk of ice came off a heavy, of all things, and either seriously hurt people on the ground or killed a couple people. Either way, this procedure came out of that. Okay, first off, Cosmo is 11.8 from the localizer. Okay, so in order to prevent ice blocks falling from aircraft onto the ground, all flights making an approach to runway 34 left, 34 right, left, right, from the seashore are required to complete gear down and locked before 11.8 DME off the localizer or 14.3 DME off Narita's VOR. Now, then it goes on for runway 34 left. I don't know that one. Oh, that's for what 34 left. That doesn't make sense because that's not ours. So they're saying before reaching this for 34 left. Oh, there's the slash. I was going to say there needs to be a slash in here somewhere. So that's for our runway. If we were going on the right side, this would be what we do. As far away as safety from flight is not compromised. So basically they're saying at Cosmo we need to gear down. Yeah, that stinks. It's a 12-mile run in, but it is. Again, that's real world, folks. This is the sim. You can fly how you want. Pretty sure the sim people won't even know you're up there. Actually, in the sim world, they probably are more worried about you hitting them with the plane than they are of ice falling off of it. Again, we're flying Tyler, which we have to be at 4,000, to Gina at 4,000. Okay, Tyler doesn't have a DME. Gina does. That is 15.6 off the localizer. So between here and Cosmo, the gear goes down. Real world. Okay. Okay, again, here we go with the vertical profile, 4,000 feet to Cosmo and then we come in on the glide slope. Probably about a 700 to 800 foot a minute descent will bring us in. And we got all SIF 1s. All right. Sorry, folks. Just hearing things. Welcome to my age. And then the missed approach again. So down here, again, 339 feet and 200. Now, this 200 is our minimum we can take on this. So anything broken or overcast above or 200 and lower, we're going to have to look for a different approach or a different airport. Secondly, our visibility requirement is 550 meters. So that's what we're looking at here, folks. Okay, once we land, I'm figuring us off around the Alpha 3, Alpha 4 area, and we'll taxi probably to either this hemisphere or this hemisphere. We'll see. All right. All right, so TONIK, we're about halfway to it. All right, folks, so we're going to plan on, hopefully you saw that. Well, if not, we'll head back. Medium brake, 6,200 feet. I thought about it going minimum, but I think we'll keep 6,000 to be safe. So we'll head on up here so we don't forget, get it set. All the lights are set. There we go, folks. All right, so we are now 54 minutes out. Y'all enjoy. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to try and tweak with my laptop, figure out what the heck. It might have overheated is what I'm thinking. So hang on. All right, folks, sorry about that. We were technical issues trying to make my work area after a year or two in here a little more efficient. Not very successful yet. Working on it. Work in progress. So let's see where we reside. Looks like we made a turn. No, we couldn't have. Yeah, we did. TONIK. All right, so we're out at TONIK. Now, again, the information here we have is Sophia at 9,000. So that is roughly 29. Let's see, times that by 3, 87 plus 20. So about 100 miles. Yeah. Let's see here. Let's go to this one. So they're calling us down at 220. Currently 400 out. Let's see where Sim Toolkit puts us. A lot closer than that. All right. So let me do something here. Oh, that is 9,000. Yep. All right. So they're showing our descent at INSAT, 142 miles out. All right, so let's see, INSAT. All right, so we're headed to BEGAD. So right about here, we should start down. Okay. Wait, did I change? Did not. Stand by. That would really help. So we're still going to cross BEGAD, and that's funny. Oh, no, it's not. Never mind. So that is INSAT. So right after INSAT's when we're going to start this. So I'm figuring right about where the word INSAT is. We cross INSAT, we begin setting up our descent. All right. Now, checklists. There we go. I don't know why it did that. That was kind of weird. All right, so we know our landing data. Right now we're looking at about 6,200 feet, so about halfway down. May I help you back there, Miss? Let's see. Flight engineer, you kind of sound like one. If only you could see her laughing. Whining back there that I'm telling them, no. I do not whine, do you? It's fun to watch a 3-month infant, 3-month-old infant type child. Oh, they're just fun to watch. What is going through their minds? The theory of relativity? Or the theory of relative? I don't know. All right, let me get rid of charts here real quick so y'all can see. All right, so again, we filled in all our data. We'll double check this here in a minute, but we're looking at, we can start lowering flaps around 240 all the way down to VREF of 137. Yeah, that's kind of, well, we'll aim for it. Set our speed bugs, and again, 6,200 feet down the runway. All right, now, oh, I hit the wrong one. Sorry, I meant the one next to it. All right, descent and approach. I want you guys to kind of read through it, and as you read through it, you're going to see, well, you can't do that until 10,000. So what I try to do, especially with like these other places where the transition isn't 18, I can start this and it's going to wait. Because like we're not going to have exterior lights on until 10,000. Auto brakes are already set. Radio INS switch we don't have to care about. Spoilers we're not going to arm until literally, because we're going to use them to help slow us down. Now in the arc we should be okay. Getting maneuvered in we should be okay, but you never know. Go around, we'll get that. So you see what I'm saying? Things in here may have to change. Just making sure no catastrophes waiting here for us. Nope. Looks good. So, all right. So that's our game plan, folks. And I know you're going, that ain't really much of a plan there, Captain. We're going to get all 18 wheels on that runway. That is the ultimate game plan. Ah, all right. We're going to have to turn the plane around. We're out of coffee. Oh wait, Narita's right ahead. All right, folks. Again, we're trying to lighten it up. It's midweek, hump day for many. Weekend, 2 days away. My oh my. All right, folks. Sorry about something hit me because of the way my allergies potentially are 3-month-old having some kind of allergies as well. Uh-oh, she's getting upset. The flight engineer's upset. Flight engineer cadet, what's wrong? Oh, she's got the other one. You got the other one. Like I said, they're interesting to watch. Indeed. All right, folks, we are closing in on our target. Now, again, if you want the distance to show in the window here, folks, like it does on your INS systems, flip it to INS. We're 89 miles from the next fix. Next fixed is INSAT. I just leave them in radio. By the way, we have not picked, oh wait, we're inbound. Never mind. Wait a minute, we should have. Oh no, we're inbound on it. Okay, so by BEGAD, we should start picking up TET and Mo. Wait a minute. Where did Mo come in at? I didn't see that on my chart. Oyama. Where'd that come in at? Oh, that's okay. So Hachimo should come first, then maybe Omaya and Tatima. Those will be what we're working on to get a good update for those of you on your INSs. Okay. Now we've got to come across BEGAD for some of these. I don't think Hachimo is going to reach. I just don't. So best guess, not until we get around Olive, till we start our descent, are we going to start getting good solid VORs in. We'll see. I could be wrong. She's getting all tangled up with her little teething tools. Poor kid. I'm overloaded. Really? You had to do that? You're cleared to be a flight engineer to have that kind of temper. There you go. See if we can get that to stay down for you. You're funny. The cadet back here is just hilarious. Get her up and flying here soon. Now she's getting mad again. Ah, typical woman. Oh, I'm going to get hit. Oh, sorry, folks. I know I probably should mute the mic, but it's too much fun. All right, folks. Let's see. Really? But my fuel is set this way. That's wrong? She's countermanding my orders for how the fuel tanks are set up. All right, so we're set good. Now, one thing we still will have to do in the descent, and that is bring our cabin altitude down to sea level, or down to elevation. Really, I am just getting so much out of our flight engineer cadet back here. It is unbelievable. May have to get her on mic so you can all hear this. Then I get in trouble for other reasons. But anyway, what we do is we take this white strip here, folks. Once we get like below 20 to 18,000, we dial it down to the airfield elevation, or which in this case is only like 130 feet. But let's just say like we're going into Denver, bring it down to 4,000. You don't have to take it to zero. That's your cabin altitude, folks. So, as best I understand it, now there is a guy over at Felis who rated this and is the one that kept pointing me to do this. So, I'm trying to get it right. So, I hope I'm explaining it right. So, they say the best way to learn something is to teach it. So, hopefully, I learned something to be able to teach it. So then I can learn more. All right, so 48 miles to NSAT. I think we decided it's flying with Lily. You attacking it? Huh? Wonder if that. I've been kind of wondering that myself. I will pose it to the audience, even though I doubt they know. Let's get out of this break, and I have a question to pose to the audience. This is for you all. At least those that have had infants in their household and can remember. Let me put that another way. Because once the child gets out of infancy and then becomes a child, I have no idea the child was ever that young and did that. It just magically happened. All right, folks, I think we're out of the break. And as the subscribers heard, I have a question for ye in the audience. What say ye? Otherwise, what say you? Okay, as you all know, we have one of our granddaughters here. She's here just about every day, but for sure Monday through Friday during the work hours. She has been really crabby the last couple of days. At 3 months, the question is, could she be teething? I think somebody's trying to answer on VATSIM. It's funny because I did not key up on VATSIM. Just kidding, folks. You heard that. All right, let me get rid of that so in case someone does ping in, I can really see it. That's a question we're wondering.
Tokyo-Narita traffic, American 169 Heavy is about 15 minutes out for runway 34 right. Haneda.
Haneda. I like going into that airport, by the way, folks. I wish we could get a 747 flight in there. Well, since I know the guy behind operations at Pan-Am, I think we could set. No, oh, I'm going to get Spaceman on me now. But no, I really do like that airport more. I guess because it's newer. It's something I haven't done a lot. Narita, I've been in and out so much. Cargo, airliners, Haneda. When I first flew it, I think it was here with the 707, 100, 200, whatever that 720 is. That was really cool. I really like that airport, and I've flown it a couple more times since. And but anyway, the question posed to you all at 3 months, is that too early to start thinking she could be teething? Guys, my kids are long grown. They magically appeared at 18, 19, and 20. So I could only wish for that. But no, I just don't remember. And I was probably on the road driving the truck when our daughters went through it. So those of you who may have infants right now or young children, and even those who are just in elementary school, I just thought I'd pose the question, see if you remember that far back. And if so, thank God, that means your memory's worse than mine, because I can remember something. Well, again, she's starting to get fussy again. What? But anyway, on a serious note, we just thought I'd pose it to y'all. Different cultures. You never know. So, but anyway, folks, let's get ready to land this bird. We just crossed INSAT, and Alavec is up ahead. All right. Well, actually, we haven't crossed INSAT. We have 40 miles. All right, folks. All right, so INSAT is when we'll start our descent. And actually, a few miles after it. So, all right. All right, so let's see what it looks like out front. Oh, look, still looks like ocean, but we have a wall of clouds ahead of us. Hi. Let's see if we get any radar returns. Doesn't look like it. But then again, I know I have seen returns on here, so I don't know. The old-fashioned standby. Ooh. We flew over a carrier. Still too far from land. Okay. And this is my fear, folks, for hurricane hunting. We're not going to be able to get out very far. The limit I ever got with FSX was 200 miles from a land-based weather before it just went like this. And unfortunately, that's just limitations of simulators. Now, throw in Active Sky or your favorite weather tools. It's a possibility you could. Now, Active Sky, you should get a lot further out, but that was then. I don't know what today is like.
Tokyo-Narita traffic, American 169 Heavy is 31 miles out for runway 34 right, Haneda.
Again, folks, my apologies. Trying to calm and keep calm a 3-month-old. Okay, I just for some reason come back and see something weird, and I'm like, what the? Well, I've never seen it say welcome to the chat room twice. All right. Uh-oh, I think I know why. All right, top of descent, down to 9. We'll have to set it. All right, we'll set for 2,000 and watch our Mach. We should get a good indication to go idle. And all right, so we're starting our descent. I am going to set our airspeed 290. Make it 300. And once we reach that, I'm going to take, actually, I'm going to go ahead, put that back up there. And what we're doing is we're going to descend, and once we reach indicated 300, we're going to switch into IAS up here, not over here in our descent.
Haneda traffic, Air Canada 2842 Heavy is taxiing for runway 34 right via Papa 10, Papa, Golf, and Echo. Haneda.
And Haneda traffic, American 169 Heavy is 9 miles out for runway 34 right, Haneda.
Kind of look to see if I have other traffic to contend with. All right, so now indicated airspeed. So we're going to maintain 300 now. And worst case scenario, we hit it with the speed brakes to control our descent. All right, well, we learned something, maybe. She seems content, so we're going to go with it, folks. Sleepers are a little too warm for her right now. Okay. Looks like we're doing fine. All right, so we'll get the wing lights and logos on. I am going to go ahead for safety, kick the engine ice on.
And Haneda traffic, American 169 Heavy, short flight on runway 34 right.
All right, so engine ice on. I think we're okay for wing, but we'll see.
Butter.
All right, folks, so you can get a feel here. We're getting ready to cross MENIX. All right, and we'll work our way in, folks. We're into clouds here pretty heavy.
And Haneda traffic, American 169 Heavy is clear runway 34 right. Taxi to parking via, we'll figure it out on the way.
All right, there's MENIX.
And Haneda traffic, Air Canada 2842 Heavy is crossing tree 4 left on Lima Tree, Haneda.
Oh boy. All right, let's set our altitude here to 200. Oh. All right, let's see what kind of weather we're now dealing with. All right, as of 20, you know what it is? I think every time I click on it, it says 20 minutes ago. 060 at 6. A few clouds at 2,500, broken layer at 5,000. So we're in this all the way down. There is no broken with an undisclosed ceiling above that. All right, so we're going to be kind of in and out of the thicky clouds here. 23 degrees, 20.
The traffic, 2842 heavy is clear of tree 4 left.
So we're within 3 degrees of the dew point. So now we begin, we're hoping that wind keeps it cooking enough so that we can land without fog. We'll see. But again, thanks for flying with Mike today, folks. It's been a pleasure. We've been on air now close to 9 hours, I think it is. 8.5. So, you know, we appreciate y'all and hope y'all, you know, get out here and enjoy the kind of flying here.
Runway 34 left. Native.
All right, so let's see here. Now we should be picking them up. So if you weren't updating, now is the time to be doing it. We'll get Narita popping in here now. 13.6 off the outer one here because it's about to go. And Narita.
169 heavy, clear of 34 left.
What is that? 17.9. And as we get closer, we'll dial it in. All right, so we're coming through 18,000, folks. Now, that's not transition here. It's 14. So we maintain this altimeter setting all the way down to 14. Then we'll set, as of right now, 10-15 millibars. All right, so we're looking good. All right, so let's start looking at this checklist again. Is there anything we can start? Not really until we hit about 10,000 feet. Then we can really get a lot of this. So when we level off at 9 at Sophia all the way around, then we'll be able to just run it, get it ready. And then pretty much once we get established localizer glide slope, before glide slope, we'll drop the landing gear and run that. All right, folks. So again, it has been a pleasure. Let's see here. I know we're not going to have any speeds out here. Oh yeah, we're doing wonderful. I think we're headed for LUBLA at about 25 miles, 30. Okay, 20. Yeah, we're going to make it to 9,000. And that'll be our 220 mark. So, all right, folks, again, tomorrow we'll be in Allegiant from St. Pete up to Knoxville, Tennessee. But again, thanks for flying with Mike today. It's been a pleasure. We will post this.
2842 heavy is lining up and taking off runway 34 right on the Rover 2 Bravo departure. Haneda.
And we'll have this up to YouTube later today.
See ya.
I'm going to go ahead, slow us to 250. Actually 240. And we'll have to probably use speed brakes, looks like it. I think we're out of all the troubles with the clouds. We're now showing 18 degrees Celsius, so we're good there. So I hope you all enjoy. I hope you enjoy the landing here. Like I said, I wish we were going over to Haneda, but you know, it is the way it is. We'll take this one. Unfortunately, if we have to go to Hong Kong, I don't have any scenery, I think, that works anymore there. So that or I have to reinstall it. That could be, I don't know. All right, there comes 10,000. So here come the lights.
Haneda traffic, Air Canada 2842 Heavy is clear of tree 4 right. Last call, Haneda.
All right, so, okay, speed brakes will hold just long enough. Oh yeah, that worked out perfect, 11 miles. And then we'll use the level, the slowest to 220. Oh, and now we're picking up some precepts, so not bad. Okay, here we go. Speed brakes in. All right, we're going to start our slowdown to 220. So it's Sophia. 220 is the maximum speed at 220, 9,000 feet. And 1015. Okay. And then over here, down it goes. About 100, so that'll get the cabin pressured to what the airport's at, and we're preparing for arrival. Let's start down the checklist.
Approach checklist, please.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking signs.
On.
Anti-ice.
Off.
Exterior lights.
Check.
Outer brakes.
Medium.
Radio INS switches.
Radio.
Flight director computer selectors.
Check.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Spoilers.
Damn.
Now I could we could just say check and go.
Landing data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross check.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
Crossing on the T4 left.
Check. Fuel panel. Check. Fuel heat. This. Off. EPR computer. Go around. Cabin altitude. Check. Circuit breakers. Check. Approach checklist completed.
All right, folks. All we got left now is the landing. And with us level at 9,220 on the speed, we're in good shape. All right, so showing us 43 miles right now from Narita. Now is the time, folks, for those of you here to put in your prediction. All right, folks, now is the time to put in a prediction. If you haven't already, it's the exclamation mark, the word predict, space, and a negative number, folks. I know a lot of you put in positive and go, why didn't I win? Because you put a positive in. I know, kind of sucks, but unfortunately that's what Sim Toolkit goes with. I do and now have seen it, but now we've got to figure out if there's a way to tie channel points to predictions. And then, meaning you to predict between this rate of speed, this frame, feet per minute, and this one, this amount, this point, this amount, this, 3 selections, 4 maybe, and channel points could be used. Also, even biddies could be thrown in there. So, all right, but again, I don't know. That's stuff that I'm still trying to learn. I can't get it to do exactly as I've seen other streamers do, and that's probably my problem. Other streamers, so trying to find ways to help get you guys more into the flight, making predictions, making calls. The only thing I don't like is when I see people say, well, divert to the nearest airport. Well, when you're out over the Atlantic, there is no near Atlantic, and people love to do that. So, but, we may start that. I don't know. Let me see if it took. I don't think it took. Hang on a second, folks. Not a good time to find out. Sim Toolkit may have dumped on us. One more time here, real quick. There we go. And again, real quick for y'all, and then I'm going to have to get to finding my P's and Q's here. Yep, it's been out for a little bit. All right, we've awoken Sim Toolkit. All right, folks, there we go. Okay, so once we get the Belks, we'll begin our descent to 6,000, and then on the way, have the localizer tuned so we can veer onto it. All right, and that'll set things up. So at about Belks, Ace, actually, we'll go ahead set it now. 11.9. Okay. I always hate it when I see the plane turning when I'm doing things. All right, 337. Okay, there we go. All right, currently we'll get up to Belks, and as we come in, worst case scenario, we'll fly the full star in if it won't take it. I'm hoping it'll take the localizer at about halfway from Belks to Peaks. That's my hope. If it doesn't, we'll go to Peaks, come back, and grab it. All right, so folks, we are ready for the approach.
Localizer alive.
All right, we tried to be sneaky there, and it caught us. However, we do know the localizer is alive out here. And I am going to switch to Narita 17.9, I think it was. $17.9. Okay. starting to get into that spot, folks, where it's Narita, not, oh. There we go. Yeah, we're about 30 miles out, so I'm a little iffy as to whether this is tracking all right. Now let's get down to 4,000, and we do not have a mandatory speed. So we're going to slow to 210. Get one.
Flaps 1.
Out. All right, folks, we are closing in. Once we get in a little closer,
Flaps 5.
all right, we're getting in a little closer. As soon as I pop up here at Gina, we're going to think about the landing gear. All right, folks, here we go. And we're starting to see a lot of possible precip. It's not showing up here, so could be just ground clutter, folks. Okay, we are now 24 out. We'll switch into ILS. $23, so we're good there. All right. All right, so we're level at 4,000. Okay, reserves have been taken care of. We're down to the proper pressure. Everything else looks good. Okay, lights are all on, medium.
Cabin crew, prepare for landing.
Ladies and gentlemen, to prepare for landing,
Okay, we're at Tyler.
adjust the back of your seat in the upright position and stow your tray table. Stow your luggage in the luggage bin or under the seat in front of you. Our cabin crew will make a final check and pick up any remaining cups and glasses.
All right, we're going to go ahead slow to 190. We're flaps 5. Get the gear down at Gina. Prepare for landing. Okay, distance is 15.6 at Gina.
cabin ready.
Gear down. Gears down, green light.
All right. And we're about to hit the glide slope. All right, let's make sure no changes. 10:15. All right, here we go, folks. Time to slow up.
Flaps 10. Flaps 20. Flaps 25. Flaps 30. Landing checklist.
Gear.
Down and check.
Down and check. Flaps.
Flaps 30.
Flaps 30. Ignition.
Flight start.
Anti-skid.
Check.
Altimeters. 1015. Set and cross checks. Landing checklist completed.
All right, folks. Well, I wasn't expecting clouds this far down. I don't know about you all. Few clouds, 2,500 feet. We should be out of them. That's starting to make me wonder, do we have fog? Narita traffic, Clipper 831 heavy, approximately 5-mile final, 34 left. Oh, I think we're breaking out, folks. Maybe. Starting to see the ground, not the runway environment yet. Still got a ways to go, 1,500 feet above the ground. Think we're gonna be fine, folks. We're about to see it. I gotta run. And Narita traffic, Clipper 831 with Pirate. We're out of the clouds at 1,100 and 3 miles runway visible. Okay, let's regain control. Alright, so we're on the visual now, folks. Flaps full, brake set, gear, 3 green, 30 and 30. Good.
500.
Trying to balloon up.
Don't sink.
Well, I am gonna sink. I'm on the approach.
Don't sink.
Okay, we're going to be
Approaching
landing.
Minimums.
Sink rate.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10. Check reverse.
Okay, we're in idle reverse.
$60 knots. Out, off, reverse. Auto brake off.
Okay, next intersection we'll take. Land the other one, but it just didn't work out. Didn't catch it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our destination airport. Please remain seated until the captain has switched off the fasten seatbelt sign.
Narita traffic, Clipper 831 is off, 34 left, Alpha 4 to the terminal.
Flaps up. After landing checklist. On. Arm.
Auto brakes.
Damn. Off.
Ignition.
Off.
Engine and wing anti-ice.
Off.
Radar and transponder.
Damn. Stand by.
Flaps.
Up.
Spoilers.
Down.
Stabilizer trim.
7 units.
Outflow valves. Open. Pressurization mode selector. Manual. Aft cargo heat. Off. APU. Check. Checklist completed.
All right, folks. Did a lot of stuff in a short amount of time. I think we'll take this first one. Stand. Let's go over here. Screw it. I'm going to take 22. All right, folks, by the way, welcome to Narita. There are gates on the other side of that, so that's why you see something but don't see it. Wrong switches. There we go. All right, folks, we're in the gate. Hang on a second. All right, we got to shut down some engines so they can put some blocks in.
Cockpit to ground. Put the chocks on.
Chocks are on.
Okay. All right. So we are in the blocks, folks. Let's go ahead, run that checklist, and then we'll bring in, at least start it. Let's get up here, get some things we know.
Cabin crew, disarm slides.
And hang on a second, folks. Let's see here. Everything looks minus. Got an engine on? All right, let's go ahead and run it and see what happens.
All right, secure cockpit checklist.
Brakes.
Damn.
Okay, that one was a known.
INS.
I thought that was steps away from this. Doggone.
Align.
Probe and window heat.
Off.
Back valves. Check. Fuel boost pumps. Off. Reserve tank valves. Closed. Hydraulic panel. Check. Oxygen. Check. Flight recorder. Off.
Emergency lights.
Off.
Radar.
Off.
INS. This. Off. Radio switches. Let's see.
Checklist completed.
All right. Now, let's see if I get away with. Huh. Got one of these. Oh, well. Not sure why it's not, but okay. Anyway, folks, welcome again to Narita. Sorry, a little quiet there. All right, hang on a second. Okay, so what did we land at? Let's find out. We'll stay online here for just a little bit. First, I want to check in with our airline. San Francisco. Oh, that isn't right. Hang on, let me refresh the screen. There we go. 185 feet a minute, folks. Ooh, It did feel good, I will say that. But then usually in this bird, it feels good, and I get like 300 or 400 feet a minute. So, you can't win for losing in this plane. Let me get up here. Whoops, up here. All right. So we've done all our checklists. We're good to go there. Let's see how poorly Sim Toolkit put us in here. 248 feet a minute. Told you. That's actually not bad, though, folks. I'm not going to complain. Now, where the funny part could come is what runway? All right, so here's the trip across the Pacific to Japan. Details, details, details. 7 hours, 45-minute flying time. Not bad. 3,300 miles. 86,800 kilograms of go-go juice. Landed at 1.1 G, folks. That is super nice. I get my job for another day, spaceman. I hope so. 248 on the Sim Toolkit and 136 knots, folks. That's right about VREF, so I hit that one right. Here's where we always get a laugh. Of late. It actually has us on the right runway. That's the laugh, folks. We have been on everything double checked before we start up, what runway and all. We go to it, this and that. Sure enough, it uses the runway right next to us. I don't get it. But, hey. In this case, we knew we floated. I told you it was going to float. But where the blue dot is where you're supposed to land from there down the runway. The green dot's where you actually touched. All right, I thought we were closer to the center line than that. But anyway, 2,700 feet down a 13,000-foot runway. Not bad. 17 feet off the runway, off the center line. We'll see if it lets us replay. Here's the metrics for the runway and our landing. Really not bad, folks. Pretty much wings level, pitch slightly up. Might have been a little bit more, could have helped. I don't know. But overall, this is a fantastic landing. But this is something you don't get in Volanta. You may if you pay for it. I don't know that, folks. I just noticed there are things in there you got to pay for to get. Everything you see here, folks, I didn't pay a dime for in Sim Toolkit. All right, so that, folks, looks like a pretty outstanding day at the office here. Other than the fact the view out the office window, pretty much blue. Oh, the ocean. So, but again, let's take a look outside real quick. I am pretty sure CCA is, oh, look at that, 2 ANAs now popped up. So, here, let's do this. Oh, and a FedEx hiding down there. 777. Ah, amazing, all these 777s popping up. What's going on? I know what it is, folks. So like I said, you can see there's spots over here, folks. So whole bunch of 777s, and glad y'all are enjoying them. Enjoy them. PMDG is a good company, and if any of you by chance are flying Flight Factor, power to you. Power to you. All right, so let's get ready here. We're going to go ahead, pull that away. Wait a minute, I know I killed the strobes. I guess I didn't. Dang it. All right. And chocks. First off, disconnect. Folks, even if you don't disconnect from VATSIM and POSCON will ghost you. All that means is you're not fully visible to the network that you're using. VATSIM just flats out disconnects you if you forget. I try not to. So, and since we're not flying another flight after this, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of it. So, there we go. And now, get over here, take the chocks away.
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
And we're going to see how we did. Hopefully.
Chocks removed.
May have gone too far, folks. We're showing 4,000, but I can't tell you if we're on the ILS or not. We are now. Get out of the blur of the engines. Here we go, floating down the runway, but flying with money. Pretty decent flare. Nice, look at that beautiful landing. Yeah, we flared a little high. That's why we floated. Watch it one more time. Yeah, we flared just a little bit. 20 feet is where that nose should. I think I was at 50. All right. Things to learn, folks. Things to learn with this beautiful bird. Get your cameras ready. Beautiful, folks. That was a beautiful, beautiful approach. All right, let's go back and look at it from our only passenger vantage I've got set up right now. See what we see. Oh yeah, I think they're very happy. Let's go one more time, folks. let's see if we can see anything out of Narita town. Otherwise, we'll just kind of call it for the day, folks. But what a fun flight. We can see it. Hopefully, before that monitor gets in the way. Beautiful landing. Folks, welcome again to Narita. Thanks for flying with Mike. We sure appreciate you coming along. Been at it for now 9.5 hours today, so hope you all enjoyed. Beautiful flight from Honolulu to Tokyo. I love to go into Haneda, but Narita is still beautiful. So I really hope y'all enjoy. Hope y'all had a great day, and tomorrow we'll be back at it normal time around 11 o'clock Central, and that was 1600 Zulu. So we hope to see you all then. God bless you all, and thank you so much for flying with Mike. So we'll see you tomorrow, and thank you so much for being with us to Narita.